Good evening, Black Pillars. I am your Black Pillar in Chief, Bezek, and I'm joined by my assistant Black Pillar Bleach Demon.
Prepare for the black pill suppositories, my friends.
Indeed. And the boat chef is here to be thoroughly traumatized.
I was promised candy and good times.
Well, that was your first mistake.
Yeah, believing in you.
No, thinking there were good times.
Yeah, again, believing in you. Liar.
Yeah, it's what I do.
Oh, dear.
This is already looking to be very promising. Especially the video where one guy goes through, what, TikTok or Twitter while people are dying around him?
You'll have to narrow that down.
Oh, right. The entire force.
Oh, yeah.
Ardent's like, lol, that's the lie they told me, Trim.
Yeah.
It's good to see the indoctrination and Stockholm Syndrome is working, because we didn't lie to Ardent.
Yeah.
We just kidnapped him.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm more greedy, though. I need to be convinced,
Yes.
apparently.
Oh,
Let's get
dearie
this
me.
show started.
It's certainly one hell of a shit show. Alright, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, obviously, if the title hasn't given it away, we're going to be looking at pretty much the full video. We might skip past some things where they're just wandering around at fast motion or do some scrubbing on the timeline, but we're going to look through pretty much the whole thing.
Joy.
And it's one of those, we're probably going to be stopping at a few points to read some of the timeline information, but...
Or just in general.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
So, fortunately, the American Statesman has done a fantastic job putting the videos together for us, and we are basically going to steal that whole cloth. Sorry, we are going to review and critique it.
Borrow. Borrow, yes. We have acquired it through completely legal means.
Unfortunately, the video is all in public domain anyway. Wow, that's
yeah. And just, you know, a little bit for the commentary, for the audience that may not know. I have quite a few friends in law enforcement who have trained me on room clearing, and we've talked a lot about the tactics that should be used in active shooter versus passive. So if I can throw some insight onto that, I will. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting video for everyone.
I've heard your rants in private. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're going to say in public.
Yeah.
Yep, it's going to be one of those ones.
This is so black pill that it's too much for Sultans, so we're just doing its own thing.
Well, it's like 3 or 4... It's easily 3 hours of going through this shit.
Yep.
So...
And it's really something that does need, you know, a breakdown rather than just kind of shoehorned into the main podcast. Because it's that bad.
That big.
Yeah, it's really not great. So...
If this thing was a person, it would be so fat that I would look anorectic by comparison.
No, it would look like Arredondo.
Ew.
What, bloated and wet between the legs, hanging from a tree? Sorry, wait, what?
Fuck. Oh,
and forced to resign.
that'd be
Yes. Yep. So our friend with the wood says, from what I saw, they initially were going in as they should do, got shot at, ran away, then stood about at the end of the corridor for 70 plus minutes. Yep, pretty much. So we'll get into it.
But there's some things that are a lot worse than just running away and staying out of range, but we'll get into that as we go through it.
Sadly.
So can you say the thing before we start? You know.
But wait, it gets worse.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Let's get this shit show started, shall we?
Yeah. Indeed. So we're going to start right from the beginning. We'll see if the audio plays when it does. There's a lot that doesn't have audio. So here we start at 11:28 and change. As it appears, he goes into the ditch.
Right, and this is at the funeral home that's across the street from the school.
Okay, that explains why the parking lot looks a bit weird.
Correct, yeah, because when you're looking at this, off to the left
yeah,
is the school.
that fence is the fence for the school, isn't it? On the left.
That's correct. Yep.
So yeah, here we go. The two guys from the funeral home coming out to help, and then they're about to realise that was a fucking bad idea.
Yep.
And the people start to wonder why people don't help others. Exhibit A.
Yeah.
So, you can't really tell, but apparently about this time, when they get closer to the fence...
Yeah, you can see them start to slow down a bit, and they're starting to... Oh, they've seen the gun.
Yep.
Boom, boom.
Because you see that little black blob just in front of the big oblong black blob. That's the shooter.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah,
Did he get shot? The guy who rolled down, or did he just fall in panic? Have you been muted the whole time?
No, shush him. How about now? Yes, we can see you guys.
Alright, how's this audio chat?
I was playing with things in the background that shouldn't have changed things, but they might have messed things up. How are we doing?
Yay!
Okay, good.
Excellent.
I'm not gonna say his name, so I'm just gonna call him Woodpile.
Yes, Mr. Woodpile. Or Woody, no.
Yeah. But I like your name. I really do.
Yes, it's a very nice name, but I don't think Susan would appreciate it.
Nah, it's a
Yep.
bit too close to, you know.
All right.
Yes.
Chat, did you hear any of it, or did you just see the video playing?
We might start with the quick timeline again, and we'll get back into it.
Yeah. All right. So, back on the timeline. So, 11:29, you saw the vehicle crash, and then 11:28, vehicle crashes. 11:29, the two men from the funeral home go forward. 11:29:20, a teacher reports, calls 911, reports a man with a gun, and the gunshots that have been fired at the funeral home employees, which I believe it was 3 rounds were recovered at that location.
Yeah.
This was the same teacher who ran in, shut the door, thought the door was locked, and continued to notify the rest of the school for them to start going into lockdown. So that's approximately 11:30 is when the school's starting to go into lockdown. From the timelines that we've pieced together.
Yeah.
The official one from the Texas Department of Safety, plus some other sources we found.
Yep, so just scrubbing back to what they say as real time. 11:29:56. So at almost exactly 11:30, he jumps the fence. So we'll let the video roll until we get to where we were. So that he's mulling around about the fence, I think, behind the tree. All 3.5 pixels of douchebag. He's dropped a bag over, and I think he's about to go. Yep. Fucking loser, can't even jump a fucking fence properly. So 11:30 and 13-ish seconds, he's over the fence. So now he's inside. Inside this.
Just an observation. He's just walking at a fairly quick pace, just like he's determined, but he's not running, and he's not walking super slow as someone's casual. He's walking with a purpose, clearly.
Yep.
So this is my suspicion, his target the entire time.
Indeed. Well, I don't think there was any doubt in his mind what he was going to do.
Yep.
Not
So
even a single
we're
shot.
about to
I mean,
roll.
didn't he just... Wasn't this guy just coming from after shooting his grandma?
Yes. So
Yeah,
we've just
that's who he stole the truck from.
Yep, so we've just hit 11:31, and he's about to walk into the car park. And I think as soon as he gets level with that silver car is when the shooting starts.
Yeah, it's 11:32:08 is when he starts firing the first shots at the school.
So from the car park, like we've understood. So he's just walking into the car park now. So probably going to cross the car park and get it.
Yep.
So
kind of hidden at the moment.
So we've...
Okay, pause that and go back a few frames.
I will try. It's not the greatest at going back frames by frame.
Or, well, just a couple seconds.
Yeah. So what were you looking for?
Because you'll see on the far right hand of the screen, what I believe it was part of the Uvalde Consolidated Independent Police, basically the school police.
Oh, yeah. The vehicle driving, flying straight down the driving. Yeah, that's where he ends up accosting the male teacher, I believe, isn't it? Or a
That
teacher.
is correct. Yep. Who's somewhere back near those trees.
Yeah. So, before the first fucking phone calls even really been completed, there's a police officer on site.
Yep.
Who does nothing.
Yes.
No, he does something, but he drives right past the gunman who's right in, those silver cars, and just goes right after the first male he sees, who I'm presuming it looks unarmed at that angle.
Yeah.
Continue.
So I believe we have some audio, really low quality audio, from one of the teachers. He's shooting.
You hear the door shut right
Yep.
there.
The door that doesn't lock from the inside.
Correct.
That sounds like gunfire.
That is, yeah, because apparently he was shooting at the windows as he was walking.
Yeah,
towards
he
the
was
back of the
outside
building.
shooting into the windows on the opposite side of the hallway from the 2 classrooms of major incident, I believe.
You are correct. Yep.
Sounds like someone is being shot at when they're talking to, or not talking anymore though.
Sounds like everyone's being shot at, Trim.
And according to the reports, he fired about 27 rounds outside.
And at this point, there is a police officer on site.
Correct. Yep. But he's well past the shooter.
Yes.
Which is even more
Okay,
confounding.
so we've got... oh, hold on. We'll go back and we'll freeze on that. So we've actually got cell phone video from the guys at the funeral home. So they're filming, and so, yeah, there we go. There we have little long-haired McDouchebag.
Yep. And I think it's worth noting from one of the maps, he basically has walked to what they identify as the south end of the building, which in this case is basically the farthest end of the building you can see here, and then walked up close by the building between the the parked cars, and he's been firing at the windows this entire time.
Yeah. So the video will shortly switch to, I think it's an overhead 3 crap-D camera.
Yep.
And we will freeze frame there. I don't think we ever got confirmation that the killer was trans.
No, I think that was part of the mud of trying to figure this out. And
yeah. What was
in all honesty,
was there a trans person who looked a hell of a lot like him, of a similar racial background? Yes.
Yes. Exactly.
But that person was allegedly on the internet going, "It's not me. I'm clearly not dead because I'm posting."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Whether or not that person is also a potential school shooter is another matter entirely. But there isn't at this one.
For a future discussion.
Yeah.
We're focusing on the current shooters.
Yes. Should they be banned from going anywhere near a school? Also yes.
Yes.
But again,
Yep.
not the current discussion.
Well, that depends on their Twitter bio.
They're trans,
Yeah.
Trim.
Well, there's a few. Just a handful, maybe.
No.
But and just something, since we've got the freeze frame here, the way these windows are designed, that's not something that can be easily gotten in and out of by design.
No.
But you can also very clearly see inside of these rooms, whether the light's on or not.
Yeah, even
which
with
we'll
the
get into later.
7.5 pixels we have here in the cell phone footage, we can see inside the room.
Yep.
So, the current time is 11:32 and 57. He is just turning the corner into the fancy bullshit outside the door, and we will see how long it is until he's inside the school. So 11:32:57. He has just reached the door at exactly 11:33.
Yep. And this is something that came up during the DPS, Department of Public Safety, which is separate, higher level Texas organization, pointed out this door can only be locked from the outside, and the only way you can know that it's locked is if you go outside, shut the door, and see if it's locked. And furthermore, the windows beside the door don't have any sort of reinforcement. So
no, I think they've got maybe just a thin bar to separate the two panes, if anything.
Actually, not even that. Apparently, according to the officials.
I can
statement
see
when they did the
something
testing.
black across it, but I'm not talking about any security feature.
No. It's actually like small panes, like 36 by 36 inch panes of glass.
So
they're just individual panes. So he could have smashed through those regardless.
Yeah,
to gain access.
Wouldn't have been much of a fucking challenge. So here we
either way, a school shooting is incredibly easy to do because even if it's been going on for a long time, these events, they never seem to take any actual precautions against them.
Well, no,
and
I think that
retrofit a lot of these
yes.
schools.
But we've got plenty of money to spend to Ukraine. I don't know. How about instead of sending $1 trillion to Ukraine, we retrofit every fucking school in America? How's that sound?
That might be too useful, though.
Can't have useful things in Bizarre. So here we have on the screen currently, is we can actually see him through the really shit for security windows next to the door.
Yep. And just, again, back to the timeline. Almost a minute and a half have passed since the first officer arrived on scene.
Yep. And I'd like to know where the hell he is, that he couldn't have got there in a minute and a half.
Yep.
So
busy jacking off.
Yep. So to orient everyone to where we are in the school itself, he has just entered through. Was it the west door or something?
West
door. So
yeah.
he's sorry. He hasn't entered yet. He is at the west door. We are now looking at part of a 360-degree camera. At the top of the screen, we are looking out the west door. So we're facing west, and to our left, so due north, is the hallway. The hallway. The hallway of pussitude. The hallway of cowardice. And apparently the bravest thing in that school is the fucking hand sanitizer dispenser on the wall.
It stood fast the entire time.
Yeah. Hey, at least we can't just give any shit off the parents who try to get in. It's rather I refuse to call them police officers. They don't deserve the title.
Cowards.
Yeah, well, we'll get into some of the bigger clusters here.
Well, we'll start looking at the absolute failures of police response when we can see police on screen.
Yeah.
When? We won't see them at all, by the way.
Oh, we'll see them for an hour just sitting there playing with their dicks.
Yeah, but not real police officers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cops, maybe?
Maybe it's time to agree with the left. Maybe we don't need police if they're never going to fucking protect the kids.
Yep.
Everybody gets a gun.
That goes against the narrative of, we have to have common sense gun control. It's like, no.
No, we need common sense cop control.
Exactly.
There we go.
So here we go at exactly 11:33, and let's see how long it takes this piece of shit to get inside the school. And it's 11:33 and 2 seconds, and he's in the school.
Yep.
Not even 2 seconds.
Basically 2 seconds. About long enough for the dickhead to figure out which way to turn the doorknob.
Mm-hmm. Now,
what was going through his head while he stood there? It's like,
sadly, not a bullet.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be nice.
And this is the thing where there's something in me that's like, there's something very deliberate about the way he's doing things once we start playing more of this, because you'll notice it's like he's looking at room numbers as he's going.
Well, we haven't heard specific details, but this was his elementary school. He did go to school here for a period.
So there's some questions I have then about motive, but then again, it doesn't really matter after what he's done here.
Yeah. So we will follow him, because he's only going to be on camera for a few more seconds.
He's going to be off camera doing all the other shit.
Yep, so there he is. He's in there. Yep, he's looking for rooms. He's like, holy shit, I can't believe I'm in here.
Yep. Turns.
Yep, he's heading down the hallway, looking for a room.
And this is
Holy shit.
the saddest part, right here.
Holy shit. Fuck me, Dad.
Yeah, I mean...
So the camera
Can you
has
imagine
turned
being
90
the
So for anyone who's just listening, the camera has turned 90 degrees from the west to the north. Shitbag is walking down the corridor, and a child has just walked in off the left.
Literally just staring down the hall. Not even 20 meters away from the guy.
Well, the kid has no idea what's going on. It's like, oh, what's that guy doing?
Mm-hmm.
He has a nice
this
stick.
stranger here. And to answer Woody's question, there are 3 entrances. The one he entered, one off to the left of the screen, and then one at the far end. So there's 3 points of entry to this building.
Yes, and we will see later cops coming in from both sides of this camera angle, and then they're so scared of the gunman, they'll then walk through the fatal funnel. Casually.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Not even giving a single fuck.
let's roll. And so there we go. He's just firing from the hip through the door.
Yep.
Kid's like, oh shit. Poor little fucker.
Yeah, the kid's like got the only really respectable reaction in this whole video.
Fuck this shit,
And
I'm out.
I believe the kid is about to
Pretty
defuculate the area with the quickness. Which is an
Yeah.
entirely appropriate reaction for someone who is unarmed.
Yep.
Now,
And
I'm
a
not
fucking
suggesting...
kid.
maybe
One
we
thing-
shouldn't be arming the 6-year-olds.
But teachers.
No. I'm not saying that 6-year-olds shouldn't be allowed to have guns. I'm just saying they shouldn't be allowed to have them unless they're under active adult supervision. Because there's nothing wrong with an 8-year-old. I think they might be younger than that. There's nothing wrong with an 8-year-old having the old BB gun, going out and having a plink, like with 14-year-old Big Brother or whatever.
That was fun times.
And this is just something I really want to emphasize. These doors, according to the DPS, they only lock from the outside, and they require a key to lock at all.
Yes.
So,
And it's
these
not
teachers
exactly a major fucking expense to redo a
No.
lock.
and schools like this, a lot of facilities like this, constantly redo locks because kids will jam shit in there, locks will fail because use and all that. So they're going through these locks constantly. But the big point that pisses me off in all this, those only lock from the outside. And
Yeah, and they need a key. I can kind of understand why you wouldn't want a kid to be able to lock themselves in a classroom. Okay, cool. Simple solution. All the teachers have a key. At least the interior doors. Not a fucking drama.
Don't they?
mm-hmm.
But maybe the doors should at least be able to lock from the fucking inside? Like,
Yeah.
fuck me
They
dead.
make locks where you can put keys on either side. Not that hard.
Wait, so not all teachers have keys.
We don't
for
know
the
that.
school.
But
All teachers have keys to their rooms. But the emphasis is
they have to go to
doesn't
the
take
outside
any-
to the hallway to lock the door.
exactly.
Which presents an issue when the hallway is currently occupied by Dirtbag McShitstein.
This is so
And-
fucking stupid.
Again, looking at the timeline from the first shots to now is
About 3.5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Well, first shots on school grounds. Yeah, about 5 minutes if we include the 3 he took at the funeral home workers.
And the teacher calling in, so about 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So they've just entered lockdown, so the teachers are more worried about getting their kids away from the doors and the windows than they are locking the door. Now, later on, it sounds like the door got locked, but I'm not sure I believe.
When we have video later from the Texas Department of Public Safety, and from his timeline, at no point were the doors to the rooms locked.
Yep.
Lovely.
Yep. So that, to me, that makes everything you see going on from this point on all that much worse.
Yeah. Mr. Woodpile says, I thought I heard them say you could open the doors with an Allen key or something similar if you accidentally got logged in. If they're designed like any other door in America, to my understanding, between the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and local fire codes, all interior doors must be a lever style, like the one on the right-hand side of the screen. So that's an ADA thing in public buildings.
Yep.
Must be lever style. And then by fire code, all you should need to do to unlock a door is lean lightly. So on all these doors, if they are designed properly, to unlock them, even when locked from the inside for fire safety purposes, all you should need to do is push down on the handset, and that will disengage the. It will that will still retract the bolt. It might, depending on the lock, it will either disengage the lock or it will still remain locked. But for safety purposes, it must retract the bolt.
Yep. And to the Allen key part of that, those are typically exterior doors, so they can be basically locked open for, like, recess and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Okay, let's continue the suffering. Okay, so the editors removed the sounds of children screaming. So he's inside the room firing constantly at this point. Now, so he's come out of another door and is still firing from the hip.
Yep.
So, while there's not much to see but gunfire, and I'm just going to drop the audio a bit there. So while there's nothing much to see, but because he's in the room, so one of the big arguments from the dipshits is how could he couldn't have killed so many. I'm going to have to drop that audio a lot. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah. Now these two rooms are interconnected. There's like a small doorway between the two of them. It's like a double door.
Yes.
Because I think for this level of education, it's like they're basically one teacher will do math, one will do science, or some combination kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think
that's
one
how
of the
he was able to move between rooms so easily.
And one of the things that the man from DPS said is that it's quite common because they're so young that they need to be supervised constantly. So if one teacher needs to go to the loo, they'll stick their head through the interconnected door and go, "Hey, can you make sure my little bastards don't kill themselves in the next 3 minutes?"
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that's why the doors between the rooms aren't locked. So he's still firing. He's been firing constantly for like 2 minutes now. So one of the arguments from the assorted dipshits who don't understand how violence works is that he couldn't have killed so many people if he'd hadn't had a gun. Yeah. Knife attacks in China. There have been cases of 50 plus kids being injured and killed per incident in China.
Yep.
So he's still firing. Yeah, because if you had a knife that went in there against the children, we know that the children can overpower him, right? Totally. Fucking, that's just, oh god, that's the dumbest thing I've heard so far.
Yep.
Oh,
right.
Hold on. What the fuck was that? I saw a cop. Where are we going? Well, we're going back. I think I missed that.
Okay, so he's still shooting.
He's still shooting. Yeah. Actively
An active
shooting.
shooter by the definition.
Yep. So we've gone back in time a bit just so we can see when the first cop gets on camera. I think I might have gone back a bit
Shooter
too
also
far.
knows someone who has forfeited their right to live.
Yeah.
Yep, so...
Yep, still shooting.
Yep, still shooting, and definitely an active shooter. So I'm just looking over to the other screen. China... School attacks in China. 8 children. Knife. Murdered.
And, doors opened.
Yep.
And
that's clearly a man with a gun on his hip and a police patch on his shoulders. So we are now at 11:35:56. He has been in the school shooting for almost exactly 3 minutes now.
Yep.
So, I'll just go through some of these lists. So, May 2010, China. Some shitbag killed 7 children, 2 adults, and injured 11 other persons with a cleaver. So adults as well with a cleaver. Another one sliced 20 children and staff with a knife, killing 3 children and a teacher.
Yeah, but had he used a gun, it would have had a lot more. So technically, he's correct because he's an educated little cunt.
September 2013, 2 adults were killed and 44 others injured after a homemade bomb went off. So there's some much larger one. Oh, another bombing. 8 people dead, 65 others injured. But yes, it's only because of the gun that he was able to kill so many people.
yeah.
Because keep in mind,
He was evil.
that even with a knife, 3 minutes have passed. They could easily all be dead.
Yep.
It's not that hard to outrun a kid.
Yeah. Oh, hey,
When you're
you
an
see
animal.
why I be the ones here. He's listening at 1.75 times speed until he catches up. Right, so let's get back into it. We are at 11:35 and 56 seconds. First cop has come on camera. So we will play. Yep, and he has a long gun.
Exactly.
Right, hang on a second. Who was that?
That I don't know.
Who was the black man in white?
I don't think it was Arredondo. That's the thing. But I'm not sure. Because I've seen him mostly bald. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's him. So, we have one officer with a long gun, another officer with a plate carrier and a handgun. Looks like... Yeah, that's definitely a plate carrier.
I want to point out, the other one has a plate carrier as well. And that rifle that he's carrying, most duty rifles issued to police are full automatic. I don't know if that's the case here, but every police department officer I've ever talked to is, their issue rifles for the car are full auto.
Yep, this is entirely possible. So here we have an officer with... It's either a load-bearing vest or a plate carrier. I can't see as well. The guy on the left's definitely got a plate carrier.
It's a plate carrier.
He looks like a desk jockey, though. Some kind of desk officer. But at least he's in there. Unfortunately, he then proceeds to do nothing with that. Right, we now have another police officer. Possibly with a plate carrier, definitely with a pistol.
Definitely.
Oh no, that's a long gun.
Yep.
So we now have
rifles.
We have 2 rifles and a detective or something with a pistol.
Yep.
God damn it. It should have been over by now then. It should have been over.
Well, they haven't got to the room yet, Trim. But yes, it should be over within the next 30 seconds. Yes.
Yes.
And I will also point out, just from a tactics standpoint,
That their tactics
they're
are
really
dog shit.
shitty. Because it's like, this guy, while he shouldn't be hugging the wall, he should be a little bit closer to the right, and the other two should not be stacked up like that, unless they're getting ready to...
Well, here's the thing. If all three of them were there, they've put themselves in a perfect position where the guy in front is the guy with the pissing pistol. Congratulations, you're now the backstop of the two men with rifles.
Yep. And you can also see a fourth officer there in the door frame.
Yes, there is a fourth officer just about to come through. So we'll roll forward until he comes in. Yep, there we go. Another officer with a pistol. Oh, what's that hanging off his left hip, Bleach?
I believe that would be a radio.
Ah,
That'd
radios.
be handy to use to call
Yeah,
in.
I'm gonna pee. We'll talk about that for a second.
So, one
Not the
thing,
thing, the radio.
with these police radios, the frequencies that they typically operate, and the 5-watt power output, just going outside should be able to hit the tower. And I know this because I've done public safety radios for police, fire, EMS, and other things for about a decade. So an officer should have been able to go back outside and hit dispatch. Inside the building, depending on the construction, yeah, it's gonna severely limit the use of radios, and you'll hear the DPS guy talking about how they can mitigate that. Well, yeah, you can. It's called a BDA, bidirectional amplifier, which will... And unfortunately, they don't do these well because most people in that industry are dipshits. They just want to put their hands out. They won't program them correctly, which will cause more issues, which means the radios become more inoperable. But
yeah.
And they're just setting
Back on
themselves
this-
up for failure from day
But
one.
here's the thing,
Pretty much.
especially for police. For under $300 US, you can whack a radio and cell signal booster on a cop car.
Not a good one.
Yes, but you can theoretically do it.
Yeah,
For not much more, you can actually get a good one.
One that
You,
works.
you cut out there.
For not much more, you can actually get a good one.
Well, for mobile unit, yeah. but
Yeah.
Then
Yeah,
the
mobile
car
units are
radios
always...
are typically pushing like 10 watts versus 5 watts on the hip here. But still, they could have had somebody relaying, because they have what's called talk around, which means you can talk radio to radio. In the car, relaying to dispatch and the rest of the net.
Yeah, it's
And
not the
It would
most
not have
difficult
taken
thing in the
much
world.
effort.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, everyone inside, flick to channel whatever, and then someone outside just relaying to dispatch.
Yep.
But again, so we've got four cops, 4 plate carriers, 2 rifles, at least 1 radio, and not a set of balls in sight.
No.
Yes, Kong Feet, the DA needs to go as well. The bitch tried to bury the footage.
And the city council.
Yeah, I think the whole city council needs to go. Just to send a fucking message, if nothing else. Like, you let this shit happen on your fucking watch, everyone goes. So, Detective Dumbfuck is about to go level with the doors. I know, a classic example of how not to clear a room.
Yep.
Step 1,
So
send the guy with the long gun. Step 2, actually clear the fucking door.
And looking at the official timeline again.
Step 3, shoot the dirtbag.
Yeah, and many as times as possible. 11:30,
Like-
55.
Like,
Re-enter.
like
5
Florida.
seconds later, Arredondo enters.
Oh, 5 seconds later. So
Yeah.
What time did they enter? That you had?
They entered 11:35:55, and then Arredondo enters at 11:36 even.
Okay, so
at this
he's probably
point-
about to come on camera.
If we can see him, yeah. 'Cause I'm not. It doesn't say what entrance he entered.
No, but I mean, we've got a pretty good view on the right side entrance, and we can just about see the door at the other end. So we will roll forward a bit, keeping an eye on the right-hand corner and Detective Dumbass. I don't know if he's a detective, but he's the one wearing white, so he's clearly not a patrol officer.
Yep.
He's got the nickname anyway.
Yes. Okay, they're breaching. Oh, hey, we've got someone coming in on the right. That's going to be our dumb fuck.
Yep. And the interesting thing is, it's like they're getting close to the opposite doorway. So I don't know if they're pieing around trying to look into the room, but it's like, hey guys, you're looking in the wrong door. You've heard gunshots on the left, but you're looking into the right.
I think they're actually looking to the left, pieing it wide. Let's roll back and have a look.
Yeah. That's something it's hard to see clearly.
Yeah, we'll see if we can follow the direction of Mr. Longgun. Oh, hold on. There's someone else down the other end of that. There's men down the other end of that hallway.
Yeah, there's two more down at the end.
Yeah, so the two more have come in from the other direction. So on today's episode of Crossfire...
Yep.
But then again, in active shooter situations, you don't fucking worry about. To be fair...
No.
So, they know that his shooting's coming from this hallway, about where Detective Dumbfuck is standing. They may not have been able to pinpoint whether it's coming from the left or the right hand of the hallway yet, but they're probably about to. Because dipshit McDirtbag doesn't know they're here yet.
Nope.
So let's roll a bit further. Yeah, I think they're pieing wide. They're pieing wide left.
And there at the bottom, we've got Chief McDumbfuck, I believe.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that's Dumbfuck.
The villain of the episode.
Yep.
So look at this useless piece of shit. Mister, I've got a pistol, but I'm going to hide at the end of the fucking hallway.
Yeah.
So here we have cowardly McShitstain. And his sidekick, Lieutenant Loser. Yeah, that'll do.
It works. They don't deserve anything.
And another cop. So, let's see. Let's do some counting.
Is the guy who his wife is in there, being she got killed. So
what?
He's looking around to the room across, and we'll see where he gets the last phone call from his wife he'll ever get.
Yep. So let's do some counting. Two men entered from the far end. So we have 2. Detective Dumbfuck, 3. Kneeling Nancy, 4. Long Gun Loser, number 1. Sorry, number 2 there on the left. So we're at 5 now. Sissy Sally, we've got number 6. Then we've got the other. Then we've got Arredondo and his offsider.
Yeah.
Fucking run out of names.
Yeah, I've already have. That's 7 and 8. We've got 9 cops in this fucking hallway.
Yep.
Howard 1 to 9.
Cops. And yeah, they might not know how many shooters there are.
Well, it doesn't fucking matter. There could be 100 fucking shooters, and they fucking keep going.
Exactly. But
9
my point
cops,
is, it's
not
like,
a
okay,
single testicle to see.
I can understand the guys coming in being a little slow, but the guys that are closest to the door at this point need to be trying to breach or deciding how to breach now.
Yeah, and that guy on his knees. What absolute fucking moron taught that guy long gun?
Oh,
he's on both knees. How the fuck is he meant to stand up?
Not at all.
Yes, and Confeet says the police are waddling in frame. Yes, half of these guys are fat.
Yep.
So that's got to be
meant to happen.
Like you couldn't have. It's like the school was built for an active fucking shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The school was built for it. The police was prepared for it to be just the worst.
Oh yeah, the police were prepared all right with their active shooter training 2 months beforehand.
Yeah, but it is as if they were prepared to be this bad. You can't be this bad in real life. At least that's what I believed until this happened.
Well, let's roll some more. I think we are about to see possibly, I think it's going to be Detective Dipshit. Again, why is the guy with the pistol in front when you have two guys with long guns? I think Detective Dipshit is about to stick his nose into the room and attract some unwanted attention.
Then run away so bravely.
Yep, they'll bravely run away.
Away.
I mean, retreating to a future. I mean, advancing for a future victory, I guess.
They're retreating to die again another day.
Yes.
So here we go. So they're looking for him. I think they're checking both sides of the hallway because they're not super sure. Guys, could we watch for fucking lines of fire, please? Okay, so that someone he's at least okay. So it looks like those guys are going left to at least look for potential active shooters.
Yep.
Mr. Woodpaw says, "I think the cops flag each other with the rifles. They flag each other with every bloody gun in the building."
Yep, and there he's got the call from his wife.
I think he was just checking his phone there because I think he actually gets a phone call.
According to the timeline, it was like his wife was calling and he didn't realize that was her room. He and then it's like,
is that the Punisher logo that they were fussing about?
Yep.
Yeah, so they were making a big fuss about how some cop was checking his phone. I think we'll forgive him for checking his phone. This one time.
Yeah, especially considering that Arredondo, after he figured out that that was her room, ordered him out, had him disarmed and detained.
What?
Yep, we'll get to that. So, I think we'll forgive him because he's like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, my wife's in here, fuck, 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 which is, I think, is a reasonable reaction.
Yeah.
He's not flagging his own foot, Arden. In fact, he seems... Actually, 3 stripes. I'm guessing Sergeant. He's the only one who hasn't flagged someone yet. Because he's been sitting on low ready since he came into the building. So he's at least heard of guns before.
Yeah.
Fucking arid dumbass, I think, has flagged the entire fucking police department.
Oh, multiple times, undoubtedly.
So we'll roll through.
They do like flags.
Well, I can think of a use for these guys in flag posts. Yeah, there's Arid Dumbfuck pointing his gun at his dick. That's not low ready, you dipshit.
Yep.
Yeah, look,
Lewis
3
is the only one
stripes.
that has any competence.
Yeah, look at him. That is a proper low ready.
The guy with the glasses?
No, the guy behind him. You know, the actual cop. We've established that the hierarchy are all useless cunts. But yeah, so he's going to be
the lowest ranked guy here is basically the only competent one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so here he is checking his sign, either because he's got a message or phone call from her, or he's looking for a message or phone call from her. It's like, bitch, tell me you're safe. Right, active shooter, Detective Dumbfuck's running like a pussy.
And running still in the line of fire. He runs, parallel with the line of fire. That is the most retarded thing I've ever seen.
He's run into the line of fire of every other fucking cop there. And notice how... Okay, so we're going to have who I'm calling Lieutenant Loser. We're going to have Lieutenant Loser over there on the left. He's going to fucking run away.
Yep. So
we are going to see... What I think... What's his name? Ruiz or something?
Yeah.
We're going to see Sergeant Sadsack here. I think the only one who at least holds his fucking position.
Yep.
So we're going to see the hierarchy fuck off, and then we're going to see everyone in the hallway scarper like a bunch of bitches. So let's roll video. Yep, and they're running. Running the fuck away. Bravely running away. Why are you still standing in the hallway? Okay, that guy got winged. Why are you in the hallway, you idiots?
Oh my god. And, yep.
He's still shooting.
checking his phone
Again.
because shit's going down.
Yep, he's still shooting. Like, fucking go, you bunch of bastards!
And yep, Ruiz just got called away by Arredondo.
Yeah, Ruiz just left. And I don't think we're going to see him again because he apparently gets disarmed. Get off the wall, you fucking idiot!
No,
On to
he's
that.
back.
Yep. I think.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Marcus the
Look at him.
talking
He's panicking. That's that's a mass adrenaline dump.
So, okay, just from a tactical thing, you don't want to be that close to the wall, because if bullets hit that wall, even if they don't hit you, you're getting shrapnel, and that's gonna fuck you up just as much.
Yeah.
As
check Donut's videos. It's either something about ricochets or it's one of the old school police training video ones. Like, a bullet will happily go from the fucking doorway down to the hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
And like, I think it's in some of them.
It's one of those things. Even as a civvy, I know you don't hug the fucking wall. It's stupid. It's gonna get you fucked up harder than the actual bullet itself.
Unless you're intentionally using it to stabilize your shooting platform for a long distance shot. Otherwise, get the fuck off the wall.
Exactly.
Bullets love walls.
So,
Teacher.
and again, we've got the guy with the two officers with the patrol rifles, the furthest away from the shooter. They should be stacking up to enter that doorway now. And yeah, this is, these walls are made out of drywall with probably metal studs.
Yeah.
So you can shoot through those walls like paper, but I just cannot.
Yeah. So we've got one of the long gun dumb fucks, who again doesn't look to be a patrol officer.
No.
So we've got him there. The other guy with the long gun, I think, is still running away.
Bravely. So bravely.
Yeah.
At least Detective Dipshit's up there trying to achieve something. Actually, I think the other long gun lugnut got winged, so I think he's off getting checked. But maybe, if you're the one of only two guys with long guns, and you're leaving for medical attention, give someone else your fucking gun.
Yeah. So, and looking at the timeline, let's see. Yep, they list 9 officers being in, and in approximately 30-some seconds, and this is where things go even worse, some officer reports that the suspect is contained. Not an active shooter, but contained.
Despite the fact that he's still shooting at this exact second.
Exactly.
And he's not contained. There's other people in there and he's still shooting.
Yep. So this is...
Makes perfect sense to me.
What's the timestamp where someone says it's contained?
The timestamp is 11:38:37.
Right, so 39 seconds from now. So we'll keep an eye out for that section. And we'll see if any bullets is fired in 30 seconds of that mark. Matthew. The interior walls are probably drywall, not the exterior walls. Yes, and these are the interior walls.
Yep.
So they probably could shoot him through the walls. Because guess what?
Yeah.
Kids aren't 6 feet tall.
Yeah. Typically, no. Yeah, and there are windows in those doors that, yes, they're mesh reinforced, but they could at least take a pot shot at the guy with eyes on, not just blind fire.
Yeah.
So.
Speaking of tactics, stand up.
Yeah. I mean,
you need your mobility. Yeah, and you need your center of gravity.
The officer squatting, even if he was in a good shooting position, which he's not, he's gonna immediately flag Lieutenant Whiteshirt here. Just immediately, if he's going into action.
Yep.
And his eyes aren't even in the same plane as the rifle.
Well,
which is a
he's
massive fuck up.
watching Ruiz or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it would be better if they started shooting each other at this point. It would be more helpful. At least it wouldn't be stopping the parents later, just saying.
Well, them and 100 of their closest friends are going to proceed to do nothing productive for the next hour. So, let's see.
Yeah.
How many gunshots do we hear for over the next 60 seconds?
Oh, let's count the first 30.
I'm not interested. So, let's go. Detective Dumbass really wants to get shot again, doesn't he?
Yep.
I mean, at least his closest, Ruiz or whatever it is. Look at him. That man is terrified, but not for himself.
Oh, yeah. He wants to go. He wants to go. Somebody's holding him back.
Yeah, I think it was just that time. I think it was called from behind. What the fuck is this dickhead with the long gun even looking at? That was a gunshot?
Yep. And that's when they reported the suspect was contained.
Yep. So 11:38, 35 and change. Another gunshot.
And
but he's contained. It's a barricade suspect, not an active shooter.
11:38:37 is when they called him being contained. In an office, which it clearly is not.
Yeah, so let's see. Oh, yep, Arredondo's in. He pulled Ruiz out. What is his name anyway? Hold on, let me check the articles. So, if there's anyone who deserves to have their name said properly, it's him.
Hold on.
Ruben Ruiz. Right, Ruiz. Close enough.
Poor bastard.
I don't think it was his wife. The wife of Ruiz was the texted and said the shooter was contained.
No.
I'm pretty sure she was not doing much at the moment other than hiding.
You should in a situation like this.
Yeah, so we've got our dumb fuck in the bottom right there. Possibly behind the water bar. So,
Taking a piss.
being a piss weak coward, either one. So he's chilling out there. So that's where he's pulled Ruiz out. Because Ruiz is absolutely shitting himself, worried about his wife, and he wants to go. But I think he'd like some of his mates to come with him. I don't think we know if the windows were covered, primed. So just waiting for Bleach to come back. And we'll roll again.
Yeah, I don't believe there was anyone outside trying to look in the windows at this stage.
Clear the skull grounds? No. Right, let's roll forwards. When does Arredondo use the dozens of keys on the door? You mean the unlocked door?
Yeah, and even if the door was locked, you'll see the Halligan come in not much longer before they start fucking around with the stupid keys. But anyway, let's roll.
Yeah, him and his lawyer told the Texas Tribune that he tried dozens of keys. Yeah, but at no point did he try the fucking doorknob.
Nor the Halligan.
Yeah, so let's roll. Yeah.
Yep, you heard them calling Ruiz right then.
Yeah. So the detective's retreating. So we've got Detective Dumbass and the long gun loser doing what exactly? Well, Detective Dumbass is trying to put his plate carrier on now. Oh, he's holstering his gun poorly because he needs to move his fat folds aside. There's no one even looking down the fucking hallway.
The shooter could have walked out and just started pumping rounds down the hall at them.
Yep.
in this situation. That's how bad this is.
Yeah, so here we've got another guy
and
who
the long
spends...
gun, it has been replaced by a guy with a pistol. It looks like he's flagging his foot hard.
Where did the two guys with long guns fucking go?
Jesus fucking Christ.
So we've got Arredondo on his knees, hiding behind the wall, can't even see the fucking hallway.
So,
Detective Dumbass is now making love to the fucking corner.
and
He's crawling on his hands! Who trained these retards?
alright,
Is me or is his vest on wrong?
it's on wrong because he probably threw it on in a hurry, but
He's also fat. He makes you look skinny.
so
Christ, in a fight.
given the current timestamp, 11:40:22, this is when old cowardly Pete decided to call dispatch. And this is, do we want to go through the recording now, or what the hell, we will. All right, Arredondo. Hey, it's Arredondo. Can you hear me? No, I have to tell you where we're at. It's an emergency right now. I'm in the building. I'm inside the building with this man. He has an AR-15. He shot a whole bunch of times. We're inside the building. He's in one room. We need a lot of firepower. So I need this building surrounded by as many AR-15s as possible. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Dispatcher heard talking in the background, asking what room number. Arredondo, is the teacher with him? Is the teacher with him? Is the teacher with him? Is she in the same room as him? Can you hear me, ma'am?
Jesus fucking
Dispatcher,
Christ.
I'm right here. Ma'am, is the teacher with him in his classroom? She's in another classroom. She's in 102. Another person possible shot across from her. So, they've got a call from another teacher. But they know where he is. This is where it gets...
Yeah, what do you need more firepower for? Fucking go! You've got 9 men, 2 with long guns.
Yeah. Full auto long guns, most likely. Back to our dumbass.
God.
Okay, we have him in the room. He's got an AR-15. He shot a lot. He's in the room. He hasn't come out yet. We're surrounded. But I don't have a radio with me.
I'm really scared.
Did he say that he was surrounded, the fucking dumb shit?
We're surrounded.
God
But I
damn.
don't have a radio with me. Please let all units know he's going to be in room. He's in room 111 or 112. We're in here. I'm in the hallway. Sergeant, probably Ruiz, Sergeant are here. But we need this place surrounded. If you have SWAT, I need them to set up on the south side of the building, which is the nearest the funeral home, which is geographically...
Yeah, questionable.
Yes, they need to be outside of this building prepared.
No, you need to be in the goddamn room killing that fucker.
Exactly. Because we don't have enough firepower. Now, it's all pistols. Really? He doesn't know what a
There's a bloody rifle on screen.
Two rifles on screens.
Well,
he has an AR-15.
Not at this exact second, but there's literally a rifle on screen.
Yeah. If you can get the SWAT team set up by the funeral home, okay. And we need some more firepower in here because all we have are pistols. The guy's got a rifle. So I don't have a radio. I don't have a rifle. Can someone come in?
What do you mean you don't have a rifle? You're looking at one, you stupid cunt.
I am, but I'm going to drop it when he comes out the door. All right. So I need you to bring a radio for me because I'm too damn stupid to bring my own fucking radio.
Too damn dumb to turn around and go, you, patrol officer, gimme.
Yeah.
Keep the gun now.
I need to get one rifle. Hold on. I'm trying to set him up right now. Okay. Do me a favor. Call me when SWAT is set up. I'm going to have you on vibrate, though. Call me twice if You have too, okay? All right, thank you.
Fuck me dead. Has this idiot ever heard of keep it...
Keeping on the line?
No, hasn't this idiot ever heard of communication or in a crisis?
No.
This is who you are. This is where you are. This is what you need. Now shut up.
This isn't real. This isn't real. This can't be real. I know it happened, but I refuse to believe this.
As student of history says, random officer who should be in a stack, give me your radio for now. Exactly. You should have both hands on your rifle. Give me your fucking radio.
Yeah. And, students, in a CQB scenario, can't they shoot him with pistols? Apparently not. They don't have 9mm lung blowers.
Yeah, that's it. Why couldn't they go in if a 9mm will blow a lung out?
Even if the guy had body armor, you've got... You're gonna...
There's 8 of them.
Into a room at once.
Well, there's 8 of them. If they all shoot him with every round they've got, it's going to go through his body armor, even if he has the best in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Or they're going to knock him out of action just by a random shot to an arm, leg, or other exposed part of the body.
you put 3 magazines of 9mm into someone's chest if they're wearing body armor. It's still going to fucking tickle.
Yeah, it's gonna stun somebody that's not trained to be taking that, so...
No, Mr. Woodpile, the cop in charge did not have a radio. He is the fucking retard in the blue shirt in the bottom right of the screen.
No, that guy looks too thin
Possibly.
to be our dumbass.
Oh, maybe.
Still,
Well,
our dumbass is right in this area, though.
Our dumbass is somewhere nearby.
In your area.
Yes, but we're talking about our dumbass.
Don't like it, I knew.
Yeah. Ah, dear, fuck's sake. Was that all of his call to dispatch?
That's all of it.
Well, let's see where it goes from here. Let's roll. So Detective Dipshit is once again closing the distance.
And now he's waddling back.
Waddling with his back to the criminal. Like, do you want to get shot in the back of the head, you fucking retard? Oh, look, there's a rifle on the left-hand side.
Oh, great! Whatever happened to using that shit? I'm getting genuinely angry out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You should. Everybody should, especially in chat. It's like, yeah.
Why not just give the weapons to the fucking panicking parents outside?
Oh yeah, the guy on the right definitely isn't Arredondo. He's too white for starters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
But Arredondo, of course, is as fat as a family of fire trucks.
Of course.
So, about this time, the erroneous call of... we believe he is barricaded in one of the offices. They're still shooting.
Yeah. Oh, so they're still shooting, so it's an active shooter and they should be going the fuck in.
Yeah.
They, them, are still shooting ZZer.
Well,
okay, so at this timestamp, dispatch asks if the door is locked, and the reply is, I'm not sure, but we have a hooligan, or Halligan, to break it.
Oh,
I haven't seen
already
on camera. But
no. To take a look, take a look at Officer Manscaped, who spends more time grooming his fucking beard than practicing at the range. He's just chilling out, leaning on the wall, not even looking in the general direction of the bad guy. Also, we can see his shadow on the whole side of the wall. His head's in line with the end of the fucking hallway.
Oh my god.
Yep. And then we've got the squatting Slav over here on the right-hand side.
Yep.
Why are you squatting there when you're not even in line of sight of the hallway?
Mm-hmm. What's the point? And then we've got Detective Dipshit who keeps running up and down the fucking hallway, turning his back to the fucking doors.
I mean, at least he's doing kind of something, I guess. Maybe.
Yes, Monkey, it is a special episode.
It's special, all right. Well, look, we can see a bunch of special people already. drive the short police car to work. Anyway, we'll roll forward, because it's just going to be them being useless for the next 50 fucking minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, once again, not looking down the hallway. At least he's thinking about the hallway. The other guys are just chilling out, having a good time. Back down on his knees, because apparently standing up's too hard for him. Also, he's so close to that fucking corner that if he tries to extend his arms, he'll bang his fucking elbow on the wall. And here's Officer Manscaped again, making sweet, sweet love to the wall.
Oh man, him and the wall are doing really great. I hear.
What are you doing down here, you fucking losers? Here's a long gun again.
Yep. Okay, this guy that just came in screen with the tan pants, I'm guessing is from a different law enforcement unit.
Yeah, possibly, or he's ununiformed entirely.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake, can someone at least point a gun in the direction of the bad guy?
Yep. Okay. Yeah, this guy that's got the rifle.
So he's a new guy.
He actually knows what he's doing.
Yep. He's away from the corner. He's got himself established in position, and we haven't seen him before.
Yep.
Yep.
And yeah,
get the fuck out of my way, or I've got a real gun.
Yep. Give him a little bit of a pat on the shoulders too, because good boy, come on, move away now, let real men work.
Oh look, we're going to flag everyone with our pistols. Oh, here's another guy with a long gun.
Yo, I'm going in gangsta.
Oh yeah, sideways, brother.
So that's at least 4 guys with long guns. Yep. Cool. You've got 20 guys stacked up at the hallway already. Would you like to fucking go do something?
It's now 11:43, 51, 52.
The suspect has been in building shooting for 10 minutes at this point.
Yep.
Doesn't that just give you faith in humanity?
No. Makes me want to burn the planet to the fucking ground.
Yeah.
Yep. So, the fire marshal is one of the guys in here, and a DPS trooper has shown up by this time.
The DPS trooper could be the guy that we saw who actually knew what a rifle was.
From the badging, yes, that was a DPS. And let's see, we've got some more timeline information here. 11:44:28. Uvalde police officer. Have some officers that are available. Get everybody back. UCISD, Ruiz, husband of one of the teachers, saying she's been shot. And
yeah, for fuck's sake.
Unknown officer, they need to get out of the hallway, to which the officer responds, the chief is in there, the chief is in charge right now, hold on.
In charge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
in fucking charge, righto.
Christopher Everard, as a special person myself to take offense in this sentence, I want to be associated with these things. I fucking know
so,
that. I mean, fair enough.
So in about 3 minutes, Ruiz will know that his wife has been shot and is dying.
Yep.
So this is the point where he'll be disarmed, right?
Yeah.
Yep, so they know that people are bleeding out in the fucking classroom. So they know... Sorry, what happened to the golden hour? What happened to everything in emergency... Yeah, about that. Everything we've ever heard about emergency medicine and active shooter situations. So we've got at least 3 rifles here.
Yep. again, yeah. See, yeah.
So I'm just gonna throw it up to 2 times speed. Let me know if I need to slow it back down.
About 11:52 is when we need to slow it down.
Okay, we might skip forward to 11:51. Oh, look!
Yep, so
Here's a long gun.
Yeah. Yep.
Look at all the long guns.
Another officer. And this is when they've been told, yeah, Arredondo is in charge.
Oh, Vortex just rolled up.
No, that's not Bortac.
That's not Bortac?
Regular Border Patrol. No.
Okay.
Bortac's gonna come in, and they're gonna have ballistic helmets and all this shit on.
But, okay, so that's Border Patrol. So you've now got enough cops, if my memory of the timeline is correct, they've now got enough cops for each of them to get shot in the head and still have enough cops left when this dirtbag runs out of ammo to fucking finish the job.
Yeah, so at this point, it looks like 7 Border Patrol agents are entering on the right side of our screen.
Okay.
They're stacking up. You notice... Yeah, look at that. They're actually stacking up correctly to go around that corner,
yeah, and
but they're being told by our dumbass not to.
Yeah. Border Patrol wants to fucking go. You can see the guy in front. He's fucking sheepdogging. He wants to fucking go. He wants to fucking eat this bastard.
And yeah, looking at his expression, somebody's telling him, "No, this is a hostage situation."
And he's like, "Are you serious, you fucking retard?" Which I think is a valid question. Oh, look! A sheriff's guy in a ballistic helmet, ballistic vest, and a ballistic shield. Yes, Jim, that is a ballistic shield. It's almost as if that's what they need. Well, they don't need it, but that'd be really helpful in, I don't know, breaching the fucking classroom.
Yep. And it's at this point where it just turns into an absolute, complete clusterfuck on a scale grander than it's already been.
Yeah.
We're 20 minutes in.
Yeah, what's the next timestamp of interest?
Let's see.
Is it okay that I cancel my subscription to Life right now? I don't want to be on
No, you have to suffer through.
The guy chat's talking about how the Supreme Court says they have no duty to act. Well, the Supreme Court has been quite happy to tell precedent to go fuck itself lately, so let's take these cunts up there and see what they have to say about no duty to act at the moment. I could do with some case law getting overturned. So there's 4 rifles and a ballistic shield on screen at this exact moment.
Yep, and you can see, these two that are kind of stacked up down the hall on the right side. They're doing it right, but they need to be going somewhere, not just holding a position.
Yeah, the incident that they're waiting for instruction from the incident commander, which is our dumb fuck.
And let's see.
So we're just jumping up to 3 times speed as we go. Waiting for an MRAP. I mean, we could put an MRAP through the side of the fucking building. That'd finish the job.
Yeah, or hell, they could have officers outside looking into the room trying to do something.
Yeah.
Rather than this shit.
So we've got the guy from the sheriff's who's fully ready to go tactical.
Yep. So, reading through some of the timeline transcript here. 11:52, UPD officer. Unit showing up, you can help with crowd control.
Crowd control.
Unknown officer informs DPS special agent what they need now is a perimeter. Someone comments whether there are kids inside, which the DPS special agent, if there are, then they just need to go in.
Yeah, nice shit. And guess what? There are.
Yeah.
We've just seen the cop and the sheriff swap positions. Oh, we've got another sheriff's guy with a long gun wander up.
Yep. Border Patrol are getting people off of the left side so they're not just milling around like a bunch of
Yeah,
dumb fucks.
but I think at this point, Border Patrol is pulling people out of other buildings and clearing the area. Oh, we've got another guy rock up with a long gun, and this guy is state police. This is state police officer. What the fuck are you doing, you stupid bastards? I believe that is the guy that, and we've got Border Patrol trying to get to advance up the side hallway, seeing if they can.
Trying to enter this classroom, which actually appears to be empty when they get in there.
Yeah, they're trying to get further up the hallway so they can try and get a better angle on the bastard. Would be my guess.
So, all right, if you'll pause there for a second, I think it's good, important to go through the timeline. So DPS enters West Building, directed where the suspect focus is. He asks unknown officer, "Are kids still in there?" Unknown officer responds, "It's unknown at this time." Uvalde, then police. He's in classroom 111 or 112, but the chief is making contact with him. No one has made contact with him.
No. And fuck the
Unknown
chief making
officer.
contact with him.
Yeah, 11:56:49. Unknown officer. Y'all don't know if there's kids in there? So that's probably the state trooper coming in.
Yeah, that's probably the
DPS.
state trooper being like, "Excuse me?"
Yeah. DPS. If there's kids in there, we need to go in there. Unknown. What's that? If there's kids in there, we need to go in there. Unknown officer. Whoever is in charge will determine that.
Yes, which is Arredondo, the dumbest fucking man in Texas.
Let's see. 11:56 channel recording. It's critical for everybody to let PD take point on this.
Oh, fuck PD.
Yeah. Unknown officer asks where the shooter is. Another unknown officer advises the school chief of police is in there with him, which is a lie.
No, in there with him, my ass.
11:58 DPS. Sounds like a hostage rescue situation. Sounds like an undercover rescue. They should probably go in.
Yeah, they should probably go in. Yeah, you think, man. Matthew reckons that this is where they try the keys. Fucking keys. Did they try the fucking door handle?
No, the keys come in in
So
play in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, so at 11:58 we've got the state police officer walking up, and I think he's asking some very interesting questions about what the fuck are you retards playing at. So let's jump back a few seconds and see what he has to say, if we can hear it. Okay, we can't hear fuck all.
I heard crossfire.
At least the sheriff guy's at least heard of how to use a gun.
And use a shield.
Mm-hmm. So this is where they go play butt buddies in the fucking classroom again.
Yep.
So we'll go back to...
It's the whole games.
We'll go back to 2 times speed as we go. So we're at 11:59 at the moment.
Yep. So, yeah, it's now being... Oh, well, this is a hostage situation.
Yeah, fuck that. It's still an active shooter.
Yeah.
He should be actively dead.
Actively inactive.
And you notice, it was Border Patrol that initiated going into that room.
Yeah. Border Patrol's like, we have to do fucking something. Because, and I think we'll see it in the words from the DPS guy later. A poor plan executed quickly and violently is better than a perfect plan later.
Yeah. Speed and aggression is what wins the day in situations.
Yep, they told the other cops that Arredondo was in the fucking classroom with him. Oh, fuck me, Dad. Look at all those long guns.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But, shot through the wall.
But they could have lined up down the fucking hallway, put the rifles at shoulder height, and fucking ventilated the cunt.
Yep. So, back to the timeline. DPS indicates he wants to go clear more rooms. Unknown officers, don't you think you should have supervisor to approve that?
DPS wants to go clear some more rooms. Yeah, I fucking wonder why they want to do that.
Yeah, and then DPS replies, he's not my supervisor.
Nice. Well, we'll get that guy can be police chief.
Yeah, damn
He
right.
gets my vote. Oh, fucking hell.
So, in about 8 minutes from now is when they start looking for keys. Yeah, Border Patrol is looking pissed.
I mean, pretty fucking sensible, if you ask me.
Yeah, because
I'm surprised fucking Border Patrol hasn't fucking shot everyone there.
Yeah, at what fucking
more
point do you
damage
just shoot
than anyone.
Arredondo and get the fucking job done?
Yeah.
At this point, he's just as much of a fucking criminal.
oh, worse. He's far worse.
Yeah. Thus, Australian history says in an emergency with enough surprise, force, and violence, you can overcome most, if not all, tactical lacking. Well, that's been a thing in the military since forever.
Knock and awe. Always works.
Yep, shock and awe. Speed and violence of action. Go in loud and fast with as much noise and as much gunfire as fucking possible.
Yep.
So they're just butt-butting around.
So, sometime shortly, you'll see the second and third ballistic shields show up.
Yep, so we're at 12:03 at the moment. And 25. So let's go a little bit faster. Okay.
So yeah, there's really nothing between now and 12:09 that anything significant happens.
Okay, I'll slow it down and we'll scrub through.
So, but yeah.
Oh, look, here we go. Okay, so it's exactly at this time.
Is interesting.
Yeah. So so we're about to see the other shields arrive. So let's get some sound back on.
And the mystery to me is, looking at the floor plan, why they're not at that fire.
Okay, here we have the body cam. Officer Gazaway body camera. And yep, there's the second shield. In and down.
So, this Gazaway seems to be entering what's referred to as the south entrance, which
I think is actually to the north, isn't it?
I'm not 100% sure. Geographically, I think it is the north, but the way they use the description.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is actually the east entrance.
Yeah, I think they're actually looking down the hallway at our collection of fucking fangs. Oh, look, here's a third fucking ballistic shield.
Yep.
They didn't even. I'm gonna go get myself a
this
coffee.
is
I'm gonna
complete
mute myself and
incompetence
put
right
this
now.
thing on the loudspeakers. I just can't fucking.
Yeah, So they're just meandering through the halls. Yeah, maybe they've checked the other classrooms. Don't know, but given this posting versus where the shooter is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fire door.
We've just got some coppers just chilling out. I think they're actually approaching from the left. Yeah. So they're two hallways down to the left of the main camera.
Yeah, that's the bathroom, and you can see the ballistic shield set up. So.
We see someone on their phone at the moment. In the bottom right. It's a white guy, so it's not our dumbass. I think.
Yeah, I think this is possibly one of the DPS guys, basically.
trying to call his hierarchy to get them to get this fucking dipshit chief of police out of his fucking way.
Yep. And, okay, it does look like in the body cam that they've cleared the one room there nearest Mr. poking his head around as the lights are on.
Yeah.
But
Mr. making out with the corner again. Mr. Ricochet Magnet. Yeah, it looks like they've cleared that room. Well, every room that isn't on that hallway, at the bare minimum, should be fucking cleared.
yeah.
And you've got enough goddamn firepower to fucking retake Iraq!
Yeah. You're not wrong. Yep.
That's like, can someone teach these retards trigger discipline and not to flag people in the back of the head?
No, that would be too much effort.
Yeah, so let's mute that again because that's annoying me.
So, let's see.
No, I think we're waiting for 12:09, so I'm just going to put it back on 3 times speed and see if anything of interest.
You can see they're doing something at the far end of the hall. Maybe they're pulling kids out. I don't know. But
Yeah, I think we just saw 3 or 4 cops advance up the hallway. They're definitely up to something. God knows, it might even be something productive. No, there's definitely nothing.
No.
Nobody reckons that the shooter has Joker scars on his face. Well, if it was pre-planned, that wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. How many God damn it, you really could retake a fucking third world country with the amount of fucking cops here.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck is he doing?
Ridiculous.
What? Hold on a fucking second. What the fuck was that?
Our fuckhead. Ew. Oh, that's a rubber ducky antenna sticking up his nose.
Watch what this fucking spastic's doing with his rifle. Look.
What the?
Whee! I'm going to wave my gun around like it's a toy. I'm not going to do anything remotely resembling anything a competent fucking firearms user would do.
Oh my god.
Yeah, fuck it. Defund and disband the police.
You know, this is why the NFA needs to be repealed, because every civilian gun owner I know would come up, slap this guy multiple times, take his gun away, and then just say, like, no.
Like even in Australia, all the range officers and shooters I've met would slap the shit out of this guy.
Yeah.
Especially with how much of a pain in the dick it is to get licensed in Australia. Like, fuck me dead.
Yeah. This just hurts my brain.
What the actual fuck is this retard playing at?
Now I see
And he's
what
got a carry handle on the rifle, too. So it's definitely not...
Yeah, is he mouthing off? Do we have a second audio channel for this retard? Okay, we don't seem to have body camera audio for some reason. What the actual fuck? We've got more guys in tactical gear outside as well.
Yep.
I want to beat that guy just for his beard.
He doesn't deserve it.
And he's got keys in his hands. Did you notice that?
Yeah, well that guy looks like the kind of guy you'd see in a small town in England raping a bunch of schoolgirls.
Probably.
Fucking nonce. Gee, oh, look, there's a guy on his fucking phone. Just leaning against the wall on his phone.
Oh, they put it away. He put it away.
He's ordering pizza.
Yep, and wants to celebrate all the kids he's killing.
Yeah, again, the only guys I see
Please
actually doing
ahead.
job is...
You've got 3 goddamn ballistic
shields.
Look at this idiot. He's never seen a ballistic shield before. Doesn't know how heavy it is.
Border Patrol is like,
there's Border Patrols.
Going uncovered, but...
I think Border Patrol... Like seriously, you've got 3 fucking shields. There's 2 doors. Fucking go!
This is just ridiculous.
Yeah, another dickhead on the phone.
Shooter. Even the fucking school shooting was been like, I can't believe they let me do this so far.
Yep. He's probably sitting in there gloating as Ruiz is, and we haven't seen him since he was dragged outside.
Yeah.
So the dirtbag shooter's
car.
Yep, the dirtbag shooter is gonna be in there gloating as poor Ruiz's wife bleeds out. You got at least 3 shields. Go! Kill the cunt! You know, like Bortek's going to do in another hour.
A pistol. Fucking scissors would be enough. Just do something!
The Columbine Doctrine says that if you're the first cop there and you've got a 6-shot revolver, you're still going to find the cunt.
Yeah, hell, even a single-shot pistol would be more effective than this.
It's more than the fucking kids had.
And then...
And the fucking DPS guy says that, too, later.
Yeah. So, these guys are like, we gotta do something.
Yeah.
In the body cam.
That's got to be Border Patrol or DPS arguing with these useless fucking local cops.
Yep. And looks like Texas Rangers are in there, so they're all wanting to go.
So let me guess. The only thing keeping them back is Officer Dumbfuck and his cadre of retards.
No, it's Chief Dipshit and his cadre of cocksuckers.
There we go. My bad, I didn't mean to.
Hold on.
Wrong.
Yeah.
What did I call the absolute little slimy sack of cunt? Petrified Pete and his coward cops.
There you go.
So, and in about 2 minutes, our dumbass is gonna be like, yeah, we need a sniper on the roof.
Fuck, really? Also, what roof?
Fucking
You
sniper.
have 3 shields, enough firearms to take over a small country, and you want a sniper? Well, there's a guy who's now killed so many kids. You could just kill him again.
We've got enough guy in camo and fucking body armor outside that they could probably conquer Australia in a weekend.
Yeah,
Except for
stop
emus.
for some typical beer.
Hell, they could even have defeated the emus at this point.
I need a lot more ammo than that. Those little fuckers are tough. You see why Obi-Wan says about half of these cops should be charged with being an accomplice to fuckhead's crime. They're enabling it and preventing others from stopping it. I want the chief tried, convicted, and hung for treason. And the Supreme Court says they have no duty to act. No, fuck that. We'll take it to the goddamn Supreme Court, have that precedent overturned too, just like these whiny little whores and their stupid fucking Roe v. Wade. And then we'll fucking hang the bastard.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. You've got DPS, Texas Ranger, and I'm not sure what Gasway is, maybe state police. Look, they're checking windows, they're clearing areas, they're
making sure that there aren't any kids in the building.
Yep, and the sheriff's like, fuck this, I'm out, I gotta do something useful.
Yeah, and I think that's actually on the timeline. Oh yeah, and here's some fuckhead with enough CS gas to do like
World War One.
Like, what's he trying to do? The fucking Russian hostage rescue?
I don't think it'll be more fitting for the situation is that he accidentally triggers one of those gas grenades.
At Arredondo's house in the middle of the night.
Yeah, Arredondo's house should be razed and turned into a memorial for those poor fucking kids.
Yeah,
Burned to the ground actually.
Mm-hmm.
In Minecraft.
You're looking at the body cam footage, which is telling. These guys, they're trying to make something happen.
They're trying to... Yeah, the chief's not letting him through. His officers are in the fucking way. So they're like, fuck, we need to do something. Right, what can we do? Well, fuck, he's not watching us outside. Let's go check some windows.
Yep. And... yeah, looking back at the transcript, the Uvalde police take everybody extra. So, Border Patrol, Marshals, all the rest of them. And they're using them to set up a perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
While they're waiting for Bortak. So,
I'm certain that Bortak was here long before this. And they were then refused to be let in.
No, Bortak arrives about this timestamp, actually.
Okay. Which, interestingly enough, is another 40 minutes before the video ends.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Yep.
So arrow drop... Is that arrow drop kick there? No, that's too thin to be arrow drop kick. What time stamp? Let's do this at 4 times speed until something interesting happens.
Yeah, because... nothing really important happens until 12:35.
Look at how many people are outside hanging around. They've been fuck-assing around so long that the entire bloody town's had time to show up.
Yep. So, yeah. Oh my god.
Look at how fat some of these fuckwits are. Oh, I think that's a guy from Border Patrol who's really not fucking impressed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The body language on that guy is like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, look at him. They're fucking ass masking up. A fat cunt with a rifle walks on screen. Yeah, Border Patrol are fucking ready to go. At this point, I think Border Patrol's gonna tear gas the cops and then fucking go.
Yeah. And these guys are probably, given the timestamp, this is probably Bortak. The guys, with the CS gas and the masks, getting ready to go do something.
Yeah, and they're then held back by incompetence for ages. Yeah, look at them, they're masked up, and boom, fucking ready. Yeah. So we'll go back and watch that again a bit. So, at regular speed.
Let's go through the timeline real quick before it gets to that. So, 12:09, Uvalde police go around and get the master keys to the rooms. 12:10, a few of the Bortak start showing up. 12:11, Arredondo requests a master key. 12:14, our dumbass puts a sniper on a roof, which actually can't really happen. 12:15, Bortak arrives at the building. At 12:16, our dumbass, I just need a key. Tell them to fucking wait. No one comes in.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No. Sorry. Fuck this guy. So that gets us up to about this timestamp. And go back to, 12:20, because you'll hear some more gunfire at 12:21.
Oh, really? Right, so yeah. So at this point, okay, so that's going to be where Border Patrol's like, you know what, fuck this shit, let's go at least to go do something.
Yep.
So I'll play that at full volume and we'll have a listen.
As you can see, Bortak is ready. You hear the request for master
someone's
key,
waffling about keys.
Talking about breaching the windows.
Something about a master key, yep. You've got a master key, it's called a fucking battering ram, you fucking bell ends. We'll put some breaching charges on the goddamn wall, we'll rappel through the skylights, fucking anything.
Anything at this point.
Shoot yourself through the goddamn walls. It would take less time than this bullshit.
Pick up the detective in the white shirt and use him as a battering ram.
I don't think there's enough cops to do that.
Yeah, true.
They could just run over him. Take him a few times.
So,
Hold on. What?
Hold on. Gunfire.
Yep. Border Patrol turns and they're starting to move.
Yep. Did someone just say hold them down or something?
I think so.
Fuck it.
Yeah, Border Patrol's like, fuck it.
Yeah, Border Patrol's fuck this shit, we're going forward.
Notice how the gun fires again, and then they're just like, fuck this, we're going.
Hold it something.
Hold them settle, or something like that.
Yeah. And you can just go, and someone from Bortak's just gone, fuck it. So you can see the Bortak and the sheriffs. hold your channel or something. It might be shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Oh, and fucking Uvalde is just dicking around.
Yep.
Doing nothing. Standing there.
Go tell them what's going on there. Oh, fuck off. They're not, which, sadly we know that they're not actually making entry.
Yep.
Hold a few triggers, so you have at least 2 seconds. 19 kids died from this, right?
This massive incompetence.
Yes, Arden, this is the same point where they're arresting parents outside, because the parents can hear the gunfire too! Could someone teach these retards how to actually use a goddamn rifle?
Doesn't fucking seem like it.
And we need to have a word with Mr. Donuts about cutting back.
I don't think he has room to move.
I don't think it can fit through the doorway in the bottom right-hand corner. Like, holy donuts! Look at this dipshit from the police that was down the left, just standing there, playing with his fucking dick. So I'm just gonna stop the audio again, because that's annoying.
Yep.
If we just invent Liberty Prime, he'll do more for this.
Yeah. So we're just, now we're just seeing more bumble fucking, and now that looks like Bortak
starting to pull back.
Yeah, Bortak is prepared. I think Bortak is probably going to go prepare their shit, maybe.
Yeah.
But it clearly looks.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, that guy's fucking having a go. Let's go back and watch. Because he's not fucking impressed with something. Understandably.
Gee, I wonder fucking why.
Just fucking go! For fuck's sake.
The guy with the large pack probably has some medic supplies, I'm guessing. Not 100% sure. Yeah. Look, this guy on the left is organizing shit because he's tired of this.
Yeah, he's absolutely fucking done. Look at that thin blue line patch on this dickhead sheriff's fucking helmet. And then we've got Donut McExcellent cover there.
And, yeah, then it looks like another Uvalde cop's telling these guys to move off to the bathroom area.
Mm-hmm. Someone's off to the left carrying on like a retard.
I'm gonna read through the transcript here some more. So 1221, are a dumbass. Can you get a breaching tool like for a trailer house? Are a dumbass. We've lost 2 kids. These walls are thin. If you start shooting, we're gonna lose more kids. I hate to say we have to put those on the right side now. Our dumbass attempts to communicate with the suspect in English and Spanish at 1224. 1226, unknown officer. There's a teacher shot in there, to which officer replies, I know. That's lovely. 1227, people are going to ask why we're taking so long. It's to preserve the rest of the life. That's what our dumbass is saying. Again, 1227-29. Do we have a team ready to go? Do we have a team ready to go? Have at it. 1228. The window is over there.
Hold on,
obviously.
1228. So that's further ahead than we are. So let's catch up to 1228.
Ardent Party. Jesus bleeding Christ. These idiots couldn't organize an STD in a brothel.
Yeah.
These idiots couldn't fall out of a tree and hit the fucking ground.
Nope.
So we're at 12:27. Yeah, errant dumbfuck was already working out how to cover his own ass. Yes, he was.
Yep.
They've got enough fucking munitions in front of that doorway to level the fucking school.
Yeah. They can gas the entire town of Uvalde now with that much CS.
Holy shit, that guy's disgustingly fat. I think that guy's fatter than me and Trim, possibly put together. Yeah, that's
I can feel his
Bortak.
gravitational pull through the screen.
Bortak is... I'm at this point, Bortak is gearing up and it's like, you know what, if they fucking stop us, I think we're going to go do it anyway. You know, here comes another fat loser waddling up.
Because every time somebody from another department comes up, they just kind of like, nah, fuck you attitude. It's like, all right.
Yeah, it's like, there's fucking kids in there and you fuck your shit.
And so, I just want to say, with the
Oh, fuck,
about
there
the
he
walls
is.
being thin,
There's the absolute fucking cunt of the day.
at least he's got clean hands.
Yep.
Yeah.
This fucking dipshit. Kids dying, teachers bleeding out, and the most important thing this fucking retard can think to do.
So
Gotta
back to the
beware.
timeline.
Yeah, there he is. I'm just going to wander over through the line of fire, and I'm going to get me some hand wash and wash me hands.
He
You
really doesn't take
filthy
this serious
fucking
at all.
loser.
Bodies.
And now he's going to
Can't
lean on
wash
the
away
wall
the
some
blood.
more.
He cannot wash away the blood on his hands.
No.
Actually, the Punisher wallpaper guy's actually the only cop who had a shred of fucking decency. We looked at him earlier, and that's actually the husband of one of the teachers, Ruiz. And Arredondo basically kidnapped him and fucking locked him up so he couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
And the reason he
He's
was...
the only one where I'm like, yeah, I can sympathize with
Yeah.
him doing what he did.
Yeah, he was checking his phone to get the last message of his wife's life. Fucking Arredondo.
So, yeah, back to the timeline because it's all sorts of fun.
Yeah.
12:28, our dumbass. There's a window over there, obviously. The door's probably going to be locked. That's the
Probably
nature
going to
of
be
this
the
place.
fucking lot.
I'm
That's the
going to
nature of
get
this
more
place.
Yeah. 12:28:53. The master keys aren't working here, bro. We have the master keys and they're not working. It's like, yeah. As
Have
soon as
you
say
tried
bro
the
as a
fucking
chief-
door handle, you retard? No, of course he hasn't, stupid cunt.
Oh god. And let's see. 12:30. Our dumbass. Okay, we cleared everything out except that room. We still have people down there just past the flag on the right. But we need to be ready to breach that door, but it's locked.
Locked.
So
No,
they
it's not.
Finally figured out that it was locked.
But it wasn't. It wasn't. The door wasn't locked.
I know. It's just no.
Oh my god.
Alright, keep playing as Cluster McFuckson washes his hands.
Mhm.
Oh, by the way, just a little... Nah, I can't say it here. No. Fuck it,
Yeah.
just keep
Oh.
going.
Yeah, Ardent Pie's like, have you tried kicking the fucking door in? Ardent, they haven't tried the fucking doorknob. The door's unlocked.
Oh god.
Yeah, Matthew Palmatius like, Chief dozens of keys to Redondo. Yeah, Chief more keys than brain cells.
Oh.
And just to note, this is 1 hour in, roughly, since this incident started.
1 hour, 2 minutes, 34 seconds since we started rolling.
Chief finger up butt.
Matthew Palmatius like, aren't they afraid of being shot through the thin wall? Oh, they're so that most of them are so fucking stupid. They probably think that walls can stop bullets like in video games. Clearly, they're playing shit video games, but still.
Super ironic that our dumbass is like, oh, well, we got to make sure that he doesn't shoot through these thin walls and hit other kids, and they stand right there.
Yeah, there are literally more officers in that hallway, in that clusterfuck of fucking self-felation, that there's more fucking cops there than he could possibly have rounds in a standard fucking 30-round magazine.
Yeah.
Like, scumbag McShitstein could shoot every single one of those cops and there'd still be cops left over. In that gaggle of fuckwits.
Yeah, keep rolling nightmare fuel.
Yeah, so rolling from 12:31 real time and we'll go. Another guy from Border Patrol who seems to be getting all fucked off. Yep.
No, Texas Ranger, actually.
Oh, Texas Ranger.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he is absolutely fucking fuming. Because I think one of the sheriffs there's like, don't kill Arredondo. And it's like, no, kill Arredondo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wouldn't lose anything anyway.
Another medic shows up.
Mm-hmm.
And then this other medic, I don't know what department he's from, but he seems to be doing a lot of intervening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're thinking of pops some shots off the roll. Oh yeah, and oh look at this. Let's go back a bit. Watch what Mr. Sheriff McSniffing his own farts is up to.
Washing his hands again, I guess.
No, he's gonna get on his phone and text his mama to tell her how he wants to crawl back in her vagina because he's scared.
Send him back. I'm okay with that. Send him back. Maybe we can get something better.
Yeah, post-term abortion for all cowards.
Yeah.
I third this.
So,
yeah,
you can see.
He's bored. He's bored. Look at him. He's crossing his arms, leaning against the wall. He's he's getting his phone out, checking.
Oh, phone time. Tinder time.
Yeah, checking his notifications.
I'm not gonna judge. You know, he might be into a grinder.
Getting on Twitter. Gonna kill some kids today. Yeah, he's literally just fucking texting or something.
Oh, pain. Literal fucking pain.
And yep, Bortax pulling back because they're like, what the fuck are we doing here? We can't go in because Cheap R, a dumbass, is not letting us breach.
Yeah, like Bortax, the ones with the gas masks. Like, at what point do you go, you know what, I'm fucking dropping one of these fucking canisters in the hallway and you cunts are gonna get out of my way. And of course, Fart Sniffer McGee over there, still just done playing with his phone.
Play it cool, man. Play it cool. Wave to the camera.
And he's giving something to this other cop, dumb fuck. What are they doing? Changing fucking child porn?
Probably. Snuff. Well, kitty snuff film.
Yeah, that. Maybe they're filming it. Maybe this is all just one big 4D chess move.
Here's a marshal. Well, he's got it with a marshal shield. Yeah, Iden's like, there's enough guys there to overthrow Canada. Like, yeah, there's enough firepower there to fucking take out the cartels in Mexico.
Oh, pain. Just so much pain.
And there's like another 70 or 80 cops outside.
Yeah, I think it was like 117 cops on site at the end of this. And
no, the neighbours' dogs are carrying on. I'll go over there, shoot the neighbours, and take better care of the dogs.
Yeah, still more effective than our dumbass.
Yeah, Base says, this guy's sitting in a classroom somewhere trying to figure out how the fuck he isn't dead yet. Yeah, that'd be the classroom in front of the 30 dick-sniffing retards that we're watching now.
Yeah, just standing between the now cooling corpses of small children and a few teachers. It's like, yeah, so I done my thing. Nothing else.
Yep.
He could have written He could have written his goddamn life story while sitting in there. It's like, okay, fine.
Deputy Paint Huffer is wanking himself off against the wall again. Oh, he's going to check his phone again. He's got another match on Grindr.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look, a 15-year-old boy. That's beautiful.
Yep. And
talking to his cousin in...
More DPS. And
talking to his cousin who's a taxi driver in a small UK town.
Did he just wave those people back instead of just pushing them forward? He waves them back.
Is that more sheriffs?
He's
or
got
what?
a medic pack. So he's probably trying to find a place to set up for triage.
the marshal looks like he's about ready to fucking hulk the shield up and go through the fucking drywall.
Yeah. It's very interesting watching the attitudes of actual cops versus...
Yeah, look at this fucking retard in black here. I'm going to bumblefuck around the corridor.
Nothing to do. I gotta wait till my pay.
Yeah.
So we should see the Halligan come into view before much longer.
Yeah, Chris says it's both funny and sad to see every one of them waiting.
Yep, there it is.
There's the Halligan. You know, the universal key to the unlocked door that no one's actually tried yet.
What gets me is, so our dumbass has been telling everybody it's locked.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody's confirmed it.
The master key's not working. Well, of course the master key's not working, retard. You can't unlock an unlocked door. Fucking moron. Yep, Chris says, cops and military are supposed to be organised and energetic, efficient. Well, that's it. Speed, surprise, and violence. Speed, surprise, and violence of action. Oh, Billy's actually posted an interesting video for us to have a look at later. Security stepped in China after mass knife attack. Just bumblefucking about. So we're at 12:37 at the moment. Bleach, where are we at on the timeline?
So, after the Halligan comes in, at 12:38, Arredondo tries to communicate with the suspect in English and Spanish. And then nothing till 12:41.
Yeah, okay, cool. We'll speed up a bit. Oh, there comes the guy with the backboard. So he's probably a medic.
And he's just throwing it away because fuck it. No need for it.
Yeah, they're all going to be dead soon anyway. Yep, is that Bortak back again, being all fucking done with their crap?
11:38. No, 12:38, I mean. Fuck, I'm losing. Jesus.
I mean, that is an appropriate response to this cluster frag.
I just want to get shot at this point.
And it's just very clear. Bortak, regular border patrol, and looks like DPS and Texas Rangers are all wanting to do something, and it's hard to tell, but it looks like our dumbass is kind of blocking things up here in the front. Oh, and then entry.
Yep, okay, 12:40. So we're at 12:40 at the moment.
The timeline. So let's see, 12:41. Our dumbass. Just so you understand, we think there's some injuries in there, and so what we did, we cleared the rest of the building so we wouldn't have any more beside what's already in there, obviously. What the fuck?
It's just an absolute cluster fumble.
So let's see. Yeah.
Ardent Party says that Arredondo deserves fuck you, Susan.
Yeah, that's far too kind.
It's about accurate, though. So we're at 12:40. I believe at this point we are an hour in. Yep, we are an hour and 10 minutes into this school shooting.
Yeah. Ugh. So it looks like they cleared room.
Oh, apparently we just missed a 4-foot-long sniper rifle coming out of the gaggle fuck. Alright, okay.
Yeah, that's because our dumbass wanted a sniper on the building to the east. Yep.
Was that it there?
You got so many guns, you don't need another.
Pro tip, you can't clear a room with a fucking long gun. Yeah, that's the sniper. Mate, I think you're a bit too close. Fucking hell, you...
Use the sniper rifle as a fucking blunt object and beat the killer to death with it. That is how you.
I think at this point we can
do something.
Yep. Yeah, he's like, yeah, all right, whatever. I'm going on a roof. Yeah, sure, whatever. Fuck you.
Artists like, why in the name of God's great golden galvanized gonads is there a sniper rifle inside the building?
If you can get the answer to that, you win scrapings from those galvanized gonads.
Student of history says they unironically have enough power in this school to overturn my local government for one arsehole.
Yeah.
Like, they could conquer half of fucking Europe with that much firepower.
Yep.
There are countries with smaller armies than this.
I mean, I think this is like the size of Liechtenstein's standing army.
Hold on, I'm going to have to check that because that sounds like it could be true. Yeah, Yeah, they don't even... Liechtenstein doesn't even have an army, so yes, they could invade and conquer Liechtenstein in a weekend.
Ardent Party, it's fucking Texas. Turn the local oldie boys loose on this fucking let the people sort it out. They actually tried, but the police are holding them back.
Yep, defund the police and rearm the populace. Fucking oath. Every American gets a Colt revolver at birth.
Oh,
I'm okay with that.
Actually, do we like Colts at the moment?
Not really. I would really personally rather get like a
true, but like who was the most based and least cunty of the revolver guys?
Ooh, probably Ebenezer Starr, but he went out of business in like 1865. So,
I mean, all we need to do is bring it back. So, yeah,
they've entered 111.
Okay, so they've entered 111. Right, we will back up a bit, and we will put some audio on and listen to the absolute fusterclap. Arden Pie's like, God made all men equal, some cult made it practical. I mean, the original one is that God made man, some new cult made them equal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking we should just do a cult, maybe a single... every American should get a cult.
Yeah, like a 1873...
It needs to be double action, though. Though I'm also... Though I could be talked into to the single action army.
I would go there first. You know, it's simpler, less complex. You know, easy.
And if we're going to give it out to every American,
exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. We'll go the we'll go Colt single action army. It was the gun that won the West, after all.
It is true.
Yep. And every time you have 4 kids and stay married to the same person the whole time, then we give you a lever-gat.
Preferably a Winchester 76.
Yes. Though other variants of Winchester are acceptable.
True, but that was like their Centennial edition, which they made actually to a much higher quality than the standard.
True.
Right. Anyway.
And just to round out the collection, we need something from John Moses Browning. I'm thinking his automatic rifle.
Or maybe one of the shotguns. The bar is nice, but it would be hard for women to handle around the house.
Well, if we're going to go with a shotgun, wouldn't we be better off going maybe the Spaz 12 or something else that's a semi-auto / pump?
Maybe, but yeah, we're talking classic John Moses Browning, so.
True.
This is just such utter incompetence flowing downhill like turd in a rainstorm.
Yep, and I think we should issue schools with an M240. That way, they can just mow the cunt down through the wall.
Even
in the
with
principal office,
reinforced cinder blocks.
have a few guns. Just have a few guns.
I mean, yeah. if you put the right things on the belt, the saw will go through a fucking concrete wall.
Exactly.
Other acceptable versions include... No. Yeah. I mean, the AR is common, but it's just not sexy enough. Maybe a Scar. Yeah. Scars are nice. But, I mean, I think they're sexier. I don't know if they're as functional, but I do enjoy a Scar.
I'm personally a big fan of the FAL, but that's just
the FALs aren't bad either. Actually, the FALs are quite nice. If you need to beat a motherfucker to death with a rifle, the FAL is a good choice. That cunt's all steel.
I mean, the stock is got some polymer in it, but...
No.
I like the gun that shoots bullets fast and actually kills people when they...
Well, don't forget, there are alternative versions of the FAL that have wooden buttstocks. You know, for beating cunts to death.
And leaving splinters.
I think it's... Is the SLR a FAL or is it something else?
It's the same thing. It's inch pattern versus metric.
Yeah. But it does have a wooden buttstock.
Yes.
I highly recommend. Yes. L1A1 self-loading rifle.
Yeah. I like Based's comment. Have more than 3 kids and a stable marriage? We'll give you your own drone.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
The good old L1A1, yeah. Wooden furniture on a solid steel rifle. And then you can put a decent bayonet on it, and at that point it's more spear fighting than close combat.
Yep.
Yep. And if you make it to 100, we'll give you a silver-plated 38.
I was thinking a Ma Deuce, but that's just me.
I mean, the Ma Deuce is fun, but
I
don't know about practically. Oh, okay. I mean, that's a pretty big wheelchair.
It's for the electric wheelchair like Stephen Hawking had.
Yeah. But I tell you what, it's the fucking ultimate solution to the fucking leftists. It's like, oh, you're banning abortion. What about rape? We're gonna give every woman a gun. That'll fix the fucking problem.
Fuck yeah.
She can fight off any rapist she wants.
Well, like I keep saying,
just like Steven Crowder says, gun is the ultimate equalizer. Equalizer. Yeah, the ultimate equalizer.
Yes. Well, which is like I say, even for the tiniest woman, nothing stops a rapist like 6 rounds of 38 to the dick. No, not a bar with an undermount chainsaw. No, you need your AR-15 with your mounted USS Kitty Hawk. like the meme pokes.
I'll be happy with just a Luger.
No, you won't. Trim, if you ever get your hands on a Luger. See, the problem with guns is that the ideal amount of guns is N+2.
Exactly.
However many guns you have, +2.
Then a couple of Lugers.
No.
See, you'll get your Lugers, and then it's like, oh, but that's interesting. I need to go get that one, and there's a different one over there, and then you suddenly end up with a.
So I'll start with a Luger and just let things go proceed naturally.
That's right. Remember, kid, the first one's free.
Yes.
Well, because see, the problem is, Trim, you start with a Luger, and then the next thing you know, you've got an MP40.
As long as this whole journey ends with me having a fully loaded ancient time cannon at the top of my stairs with grape shot, I'll be happy.
Well, it won't, because you're going the German route.
Yeah. So you'll end up with a flak 88 in the backyard.
Well, German artillery was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean...
Guten Tag, motherfucker!
You've got all your classic German guns. You've got your Sturmgewehr, your 98Ks, your M88s. All the good shit.
Yeah, but the 88, the problem with that... I'm thinking of the Gewehr 88. Never mind.
Mm-hmm. Student history says, I have a Luger pistol, but now I need the matching carbine model 1898 and MP40. Yes.
Well, and you also need the Gewehr 98, not just the K98A.
Yes, very much so.
At least we got something else to talk about for fucking.
But yes, Trim, you will never own enough guns.
No.
I
want to start with something.
Well, in that case, I highly recommend something. Double stack high capacity. I mean, it's hard to go wrong with a Glock as a starter gun, because then you can add as many accessories as you like. Because you've got to have your pistol mounted light, and if you get fancy, you can have your red dot sight, and of course you need the matching holster.
Mm-hmm. And it's a good starter pistol. You can learn how to manipulate it correctly and clean it. And
because they're all because they're all close enough to identical in function, you can pick the one that fits your hand perfectly, that works the way you like it. And then if you want to try a different one, well, all the controls are the same, and you don't have to worry about stupid shit that gets in the way, like external safeties. Just keep your booger rock off the bang switch until you're ready to ventilate a pedophile, and you'll be fine.
As it should be.
Anyway.
No, you don't even need a gun. I'd be happy with just a good old-fashioned knife.
No, you'll never be happy with just that.
Well, if I have a pedophile in front of me, I'll be
on
more
your
happy
newest
with a knife.
acquisition.
You can get real creative with those.
UCY just ones like Bez. Once again, 9 and 11 is the answer. You can buy them double stacked in varying sizes. Yeah, but can you get them in 17+1?
Well, they did make a single stack. I think it was like a 20-round trench mag. It was terrible, but they're out there.
Yeah, but you also need to be careful with a 1911, because if you get a 1911, well, then you need the Thompson to go with it, and then you need your trench gun, and then you need your flamethrower and your full Vietnam kit.
I'm not seeing the problem here, to be honest.
It's an expensive start. But no, there isn't really a problem. Oh, dear. Then again, I hear there's a bunch of AR-15 pattern rifles for sale in Uvalde. I liken you, never fired.
Yep.
Anyway, should we see what else these cunts fuck up? We're at 12:39:27.
Yeah.
We've got 11 minutes more of this fucking video.
Oh, fuck my life. 12:39. 12:30 fucking 9. This.
Yep, an hour and 11 minutes in. So let's roll.
19 dead kids.
So yeah, you can see Bortak, they're trying to organize with the key fuckers up here.
Yep, and at some points, the guy with the Bortak guy with the shield's going to actually just try the fucking doorknob.
Yeah, it's coming up here in another second.
Yep.
I can't believe it. This is so bullshit.
Like, yep, there's Bortak going. Bortak's done with their shit and they're just fucking going.
Ah. Sorry for just making monkey.
And entry. And yeah, it looks like they're clearing a room correctly.
Yeah, they're in the first room, and then they're going to get to the other door and they're going to go through and finish the fucking job.
Yeah, actually, that's another 10 minutes away.
Oh, you're shitting me, really?
I shit you not.
Oh, here's another fuckhead on his phone.
Oh.
Yep. So, yeah, back to the timeline. 12:41. No, we've already done that with our dumbass.
Yeah, so we've just hit 12:41 exact on the timeline, on the real time. So we'll keep watching. Yeah. What's the next timestamp we're looking for?
12:42.
Okay, I'll speed it up just a smidge, just 2 times.
And again, you can just let this run and I'll read, because it's not until 12:46 that anything really important starts happening.
So we're at 12:40, 1:40. Let's see what's happening at 12:42.
So, our dumbass, just so you know, we think there's some injuries in there, and so you know what we did, we cleared off the rest of the building so we wouldn't have any more besides what's in there, obviously.
What a fucking dipshit.
12:42. We're having a fucking problem getting into the room because it's locked.
No, it's not, you retard.
And he's shooting everywhere like crazy. So he stopped. Stopped what?
So it's an active shooter. Get the fuck in there, you retard.
Oh, God.
Beat the door in with our dumb fuck's head and fucking go.
Yep. So, 12:43. They gotta get that fucking door open, bro.
Yep, we've just reached 12:43.
We need more keys or something.
Yeah, there's the Hulk with the shield again, and the medics are not fucking happy. The medics want to fucking go. Someone give the medic a gun. He'll fucking go in there and finish it himself.
Yeah. Yep. Bortak's like, all right, we're getting in there. We're getting closer. They grab the shield.
I think that's the marshal dude. Or maybe handing the shield off to Bortak.
Because Bortak and the marshals, well, the Border Patrol and the marshals train in very similar ways. And I wouldn't be surprised if DPS has some similar, 6-month school that they have to go through.
So we're hitting 12:44:20 now.
And nothing for another 2 minutes.
So yeah, it's just bumblefucking in the hallway.
Yeah. But you notice it's all Bortak, regular Border Patrol, and marshals near that door. And it looks like DPS is like, all right, we're staying at a distance, we're not getting in there, and everybody else is just putting a finger as far up their ass as they can, so they can wave at each other out of their mouth.
Yep.
I see he's actually holding his gun through his mouth actually at this point.
Yeah, while he's busy flagging everyone with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a problem that I do agree with with some of the left about, that the cops are so fucking scared of guns that they're scared of their own.
Yeah. So, coming up on 12:46, are a dumbass. If y'all ready to do it, you do it, but you should distract him out that window.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? That's a fucking genius idea. Where was that an hour ago?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
What are they gonna do? Like, put pantomime horses running around outside?
I've got an idea. How about you blast the windows in, fill the room with flashbangs, and then go in and cap the cunt?
Yep.
Yeah, but Bezek, that would make sense. You
Yeah,
gotta see it from
true.
their point of view. As little sense as possible and as many dead kids as possible.
Well, tell you what, when we put a round through their fucking forehead, then we can look through from the back. Oh, here we go. Shit's getting real.
Yep.
So we're at
Yep.
what are we looking for? What time are we looking for to replay this slower?
Actually, just keep going. Because at 12:47:57, a sledgehammer, and then at 12:50:03 is when the breach and termination.
So we're looking for 12:50:03. So they're getting ready to go. Bortak's probably making all the right noises, which are probably along the lines of, "Hey, Arrod dipshit, if you don't get out of the fucking way, I'm going to shoot you first."
Oh, and this fucking medic's like stopping the marshal. The marshal's like, yeah, fuck you, whatever. I'm just.
Yeah,
Let's just hit him
who
with a
the
buddy
fuck
gun.
is this bell end giving directions?
I would like to know, because he's a fucking medic or something, and it's like, who are you? Okay, we should get the sledgehammer in shot here in another couple seconds, and so it's going to be coming.
Why are they all so
probably the
fucking
left.
fat?
As donuts, bro.
We need that can be a new amendment to the Constitution.
Yep.
All cops need to be fit.
The wall hanger brought the fucking sledgehammer, so he did do something useful for once.
Mm-hmm.
But fat medic boy intercepted and grabbed it and was like, I'm gonna be important. I'm gonna save the fucking day.
I'm hot now.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, yep. Marshall's like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out.
Yep, get the fuck out of here. This shit's about to go loud. So we're at
Oh, what happens? They
12:48:30.
don't get the fuck out.
Yep. What? And of course, the fact fucks from the sheriff suggest standing around playing with each other's bums.
Sounds like fun, I guess.
Yep. So
Yeah,
we are
You can tell who the professionals are here.
not the sheriff and not the dipshits from the Uvalde police. That's for fucking sure.
Exactly.
Like, every single member of the sheriff we've seen so far is a fucking idiot too. So we're going to throw out every cop in Uvalde, most of, if not all, actually, you know what, all of the fucking sheriff's department.
Yep. You probably want audio up.
Yeah, right, we're hitting 12:49, so let's audio up. And dipshit McMedic's still in the fucking way.
Yep. Yeah, of course, yeah, he's like, oh, get out the way, get out the way. And what does he do? Gets in the fucking way.
Why are you staying in the hallway, you idiot? Like, even if it is just drywall, get as much drywall between you and the shooting as possible.
Yep. And you can tell Bortak guys are just like, yeah, all right, we're gonna do our fucking job because nobody else will.
Yep, so we're hitting
Bezek,
12...
Ardent Party says, Bezek, most police officers do have fitness.
Shut up, Trim, we're about to... We're going.
What?
Yep, there we go. Oh, and now Mr. Medic fucking moves.
Yep.
Oh, get out of the fucking way, you useless fat cunt.
Wait.
Man, I swear, Border Patrol boy there, I thought was gonna pull his sidearm and fuck that dude's day.
Who the fuck is this idiot?
Oh my god.
I don't think there's anyone on the floor, is there?
Oh, just tackle that cunt.
Oh, no, they do have him, by the looks of it.
Chairman.
Yep.
It could be him on the floor.
Oh, good. I hope he looks like a fucking Swiss cheese at this point.
Yeah, I think they dragged him out of the room. Because if I remember the timeline right, Bortak went in, ventilated him, and now it looks like they're dragging him out of the room and cuffing him.
Yeah, because that's standard procedure to cuff a suspect even if he's been ventilated.
Yep. Yeah, it suddenly looks like they're cuffing him on the ground so they can fully secure the scene and actually fucking do something.
Yep. And the timeline officially ends at 12:50:03.
And we are at 12:50:34.
Yep. And just for the sake of everyone's knowledge, more than 100 rounds were fired. 11 rounds were fired outside the building, and the rest were fired inside. According to this quick timeline, which doesn't quite jive with everything we've talked about previously.
Yeah.
But
so, speaking of official timelines, we do have some more info on that, as well as directly from the horse's mouth. And in this case, the horse is the head of the DPS.
Mr. Chairman, Senators, Stephen McCraw, Director of Texas Department of Public Safety. As Senator Gutierrez noted, it's been 28 days since the senseless massacre of 19 innocent children and their 2 teachers at Robb Elementary School. Much has been done, but much more needs to be done before this investigation is completed and presented to the District Attorney, Christina Mitchell, for her review. However, we do know this. There's compelling evidence that the law enforcement response to the attack at Robb Elementary was an abject failure and antithetical to everything we've learned over the last 2 decades since the Columbine.
There we go. Abject failure. And that's how we fucking started. And thanks for everything we've learned since Columbine.
It's a pretty solid start over how fucked this whole thing is. Over how much of a screw up you are. That is just basically nailing every part of the coffin shut. It's like, hey, you're screwed no matter what you do.
Yep. And
it's nailing the coffin shut, soaking it in kerosene, and setting it on fire.
And then calling it the N-word on the way out.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure nobody that the Bortak guys were actually in the room with the shield when they ventilated the fuckhead. But this guy should give us some more info as he goes.
Yeah. And
Massacre.
the only reason I can see for them not using flashbangs in the room is injuring the kids, but I think that was a call from higher up than the Bortak guys, because they were clearly ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
An hour, well, probably 40 minutes before they actually could.
Yeah, so Arnott Pay says the behaviour of the police inside the building when given orders by that medic makes a strong case against paramilitarisation of police forces. Cops should not behave like such. Yeah, absolutely. Cops, and I don't think in a lot of places that's how it's done, because what a lot of people, especially the morons on the left, call militarisation is, let's give the guys who are theoretically supposed to be running towards gunfire body armour and armoured vehicles. Which isn't a fucking problem. It's when you've got dipshits like this that are brain-dead, crayon-eating retards who just listen to fucking in orders.
Yep. You know, this is just that level of, you give somebody rank, whether it's in the police or the military, if they're not competent to do the damn job, they should not have the authority over anything, even themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think they dragged the scumbag out into the hallway to get him out of the fucking way, but we'll see how it goes, nobody. So let's see. Let's roll.
3 minutes after the subject entered the West Building, There was a sufficient number of armed officers wearing body armor to isolate, distract, and neutralize the subject.
You remember where we're like, nailing the coffin shut, setting it on fire, and then calling it the N-word? Now what do we call it?
This is that part.
Yeah, this is calling the police chief the N-word. Within 3 minutes, sufficient to fucking just.
Yep.
It's absolutely fucking unbelievable. Ah, dear.
The only thing stopping a hallway of dedicated officers from entering room 111 and 112 was the on-scene commander.
Sorry, let me correct myself. That's when he calls Arredondo the N-word.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing stopping them was him. Yeah, methinks Mr. Head of DPS is going to be the one dragging this shit to the Supreme Court so we can fix that not required to act bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Arden Party says, you know, the situation took so long they could have chopped the Chad sheriff from Florida in and had him take care of the shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually,
They could have let the mother that was there take over, and she would have done something better.
yeah, I think actually, Sheriff, fuck you and your mother, was talking in a police conference sometime afterwards. If you try and shoot up our schools, this will be the last thing you see. Puts up picture of some sheriff's guys pointing guns. Like over in Florida, he'd hang his cops himself personally if they didn't fucking go in, I think.
Yeah, or put them on pikes.
Either's acceptable.
They spent so much time just doing anything. They could have fucking gotten, as Arden Party said, just taken a chopper of the Chad sheriff from Florida so he could have taken care of it. You know, evil can never be dead enough.
Yep. Graveyard dead. Fucking oath.
Oh, this hurts my soul. What's left of it?
As it should. And it's just this fucking bad. The level of incompetence. Plus, let's be honest. If you've got a chief of police going around calling other people bro, yeah, you need to be gone.
Yeah.
Come
Absolute
on, bro.
fucking moron.
It's just a killer murdering almost 20 children and 2 teachers. Dude.
Yeah.
Master keys aren't working here, bro.
Oh dear. Right, so I'll run the video, and while it runs, I'll grab some more water, and if anything interesting gets said, we'll stop it and chat when I get back.
Yep, sounds good.
Here we go.
Who decided to place the lives of officers before the lives of children.
More nails.
The officers had weapons.
This
The
is so
children had
fucked.
none. The officers had body armor. The children had none. The officers had training. The subject had none.
This is where he pikes him.
Yep.
1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. That's how long the children waited and the teachers waited in rooms 111 to be rescued. And while they waited, the on-scene commander waited for a radio and rifles. Then he waited for shields. Then he waited for SWAT. Lastly, he waited for a key that was never needed. The post-Columbine
And there's the
doctrine
fire.
is clear and compelling and unambiguous. Stop the killing, stop the dying. You can't do the former unless you can't do the latter unless you do the former. Certainly, some things were done well, and even very well. The teachers quickly implemented active shooter protocols prior to the subject gaining entry. In fact, one teacher was able to call 911 and report that before the subject entered the campus. Law enforcement officers were able to evacuate hundreds of children in a safe and orderly manner. The district attorney, Christina Mitchell, and her staff led tireless efforts to take care of the victims and their families in the aftermath. And Senator Gutierrez talked a little about victim identification and victim notification. That is always a priority after such a tragedy. Very difficult to do, and she did an outstanding job in trying to handle that situation.
Right, so we'll stop it there for a second. Key that was never fucking needed.
Yeah. That's... You can't make this shit up.
No,
You wish you fucking could, don't you?
Yeah.
Pardon me if everyone can hear the crunching of the wrapper. I'm having some chocolate because, fuck me, I need it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, did you put a blanket over your head?
No.
Your audio got a bit weird.
Yeah, it's this weird level of... It all flows from our dumbass. Because his unwillingness to risk anything, because I'm willing to bet this is all goes back to, oh, I just got elected to city council. So he's not wanting to fuck up, so he's wanting to do everything perfect. And that is what got everyone killed that was killed here. And that's why I personally find him as, if not more, responsible than the shooter.
Well, that's it. You've got a cowardly, mentally deranged bastard murderer, and then you've got a cowardly, mentally deranged bastard cop.
Yep. Someone who cares more about his career and presentation to the public than he does about doing his damn job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I gotta stop you there. If he actually genuinely cared about any of that, he would have gone in there himself and shot that guy until there hadn't been nothing more but a splatter of red on the floor. So no, he doesn't care about any of that. He's just a fucking coward.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
He's unable to think properly. And he doesn't even have a heart, because if he did, he would have done the right thing. Again, and again, and again.
Yep.
But he didn't.
I
I'm
mean,
revoking
he
his
just...
humanity status.
Oh, that's been long revoked.
Yeah, but I did it too now, so it's doubly so.
Yeah, but this
It's
guy's
officially
sitting here
revoked.
revoking it at the moment.
Yeah, he's got the power of court.
And he's got the rage to follow.
Oh, I'm liking it. And I just like the guy with the glasses beside me. It's like, I can't believe that I'm listening to this shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That expression is everyone who's been watching this case. Like, I just can't fucking believe this shit. Why the fuck am I even here?
Yeah, and it's just this constant, as we go through it, it's like, yeah, he talks about the teacher, a little more in depth, talks about some of the other stuff, and he keeps turning back around, pointing his finger, which is growing by the second, directly at our dumbass.
Yeah. He is quite rightly laying everything on our dumbass. Let's see some more.
All the different resources from local, state, and federal agencies at the time. Importantly, what I'd like to know that at the time of this death, or first of all, I'll go a little before I go to the timeline. I just want to cover one more thing, if you don't mind. Is that, with your permission, to quickly review some of the pre-attack events is what I'd like to do. I just think it's important to note, plus, this is not just a DPS investigation and a Texas Ranger investigation. We've worked closely from the beginning with all federal agencies and all agencies on the scene. In particular, on the investigative side, the FBI has provided tremendous resources, hundreds of agents, covered leads throughout the country, throughout the world, and also enhanced the videos with technology capabilities that they have back in Quantico. Very important to do, to get to the facts, to see exactly what happened. Because one thing is witness statements, another thing is video and audio recordings, period. So we're grateful for them. We're also grateful for ATF in terms of the initial phases as it relates to the firearms and weapons that were involved and ammunition.
Okay, so we'll skip the pre-incident crap.
Yeah, they're kind of go into yeah, how Uvalde had gone through active shooter training previously and all that, which, yeah, that did a whole lot of good, didn't it?
Yep.
Same couple of day period. We know that on May 14th, the subject didn't have a driver's license. The subject couldn't drive.
Yep.
And when he did drive, he was described as having problems with taking a turn. So people wonder, why, crashing like he did when he also attempted to turn, almost left, but then crashes into a ditch, a concrete ditch, and right in front of the school. If he's really going to the school to do something, what's his destination? Well, his destination was Robb Elementary School. There's no question about it. He did crash. Once he crashed, 2 males from the funeral home went out to see how he was. And at that point, that was 11:29. We heard a teacher. This teacher was inside the school, by the way. The teacher, was observant enough inside the school. She calls 911 and reports a man with a gun. That was 11:29. 11:31, the suspect began shooting between, the suspect had shot at, the individuals that came from the funeral home. Now he left 3 rounds. He shot 3 times at him. Missed him. One of the individuals got up, and they continued on, and of course reported that later. 11:31, the suspect begins shooting at the school. And there's classrooms on the west building. And if we have the diagram on my left here, you can see this right here. So you can see the DS Street location, and you can see the west
Even
entrance.
draw a fucking
And if you have
map.
permission,
I mean, why
Oh,
not?
And-
He wants to make sure everything's done fucking properly.
Yeah, he's here to put the blame where it properly goes, and
Yep.
that's at our dumbass.
Yep, and I think that entire fucking police department needs to be purged.
Oh yeah, and
It's clearly infested from the ground up.
it's all, kind of the stereotype nepotistic police force where everybody's everybody else's buddy and they're covering each other's ass, and
Yep, and the city
This is the
council's
result.
got to go too.
Yep. As the city council's been covering for this until the heat's been getting too much for them.
Yep, DA's got to go as well. Bitch didn't want to let the video out.
Everyone involved in this, in any way negative, should be dragged behind a shed and Minecrafted.
Student history says reject 5-0, embrace 2A. Based.
Damn right.
And usually what IB1 says, was he literally retarded? Quite possibly. Like, how can you not take a fucking turn?
Yeah, I mean, even people that barely know how to drive should be able to that.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen people drunk driving being able to do better.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Let's have some more. So, this is immediately after he shoots at the 2 men from the funeral home.
if
At
I can
least they
stand
didn't
up,
die.
Chairman, to be able to point that out.
If the funeral people had known what was gonna happen, they would have fucking charged the guy. I'm pretty fucking sure.
Well, one
that's
of
a hard
them
thing
went
to
and got his
say.
gun,
This is Diaz
then
Street.
tried, but the fucking cops stopped him.
Diaz Street's up here. Point
Oh,
10 miles
shit!
away. This is Goss Street.
Yeah.
This is
They are
Bezek
literally
Street.
better.
It's the funeral home I talked about. This is where he crashed.
Oh god.
Right here. The crash location. He was trying to make the turn here and crashed. It was his grandmother's pickup truck that he crashed in. He climbed out on the passenger side and took with him 1 rifle. He took with him his backpack at that point. That's when he shot at, when I described the time he shot at those 2 individuals, ran back to the funeral home. Then he situates himself. He moves to a fence. The fence is approximately 4 feet. Throws the bag over, jumps over the fence, and proceeds. in
Bumbles
this
over the
direction.
fence.
And the red on your chart is the direction that the subject is moving. As he moves into this area, as he moves along this area, he gets into this area right here. He begins shooting. Okay, as he's been shooting into the classrooms is what he's doing. He's initially right here, and on the timeline, if I go back up to the timeline, and note that he's 3 Uvalde PD officers, okay, Yeah, higher up there. Okay, multiple shots. In fact, he shot 27 times as he proceeded, as he walked along here. He dropped the backpack here for no apparent reason. He was situated right here among cars. There was cars at the time. And as he walked, he shot into these classrooms. There's 2 classrooms. There's actually 4, but 2 he shot into. There's 4 windows, 2 windows on each. He was firing into those classrooms. He proceeded to the west building, or the west entrance of the building. What we're calling the west, we're calling this east, and this is the south entrance. He proceeded in there. He opened the door. It was open. It was unlocked. I know there were reports before about a teacher putting a rock in it. That's a practice around the school, practice in many schools. Yes, that did happen, but that same teacher also removed the rock. It was the same teacher that called 911 and reported a man with a gun outside the school and
Fucking unlocked door.
So he also called the alarm. And the school
Now, it's not even the teacher's fault.
Active shooter.
No, it's the design of the damn door.
Yep.
Go through the protocols.
Fun fact, you can actually lock a door in Norway from both ends. And every teacher have the means to lock and unlock it.
Yeah, but your terrorists are better anyway.
Oh, they are.
More professional training.
As the teachers were trying to protect the kids throughout the entire campus.
They're also incredibly deranged.
He entered the west building
They're
here.
practical.
Now, I can tell you from the door aspect, we can discuss the door a little bit later. You may have questions on it, but it was open. He walked in.
I just can't fucking believe this.
Thanks. This is where he is. Red indicates the subject. As he walks in, it's about 20 feet when you walk into this corridor, this east-west hallway. Then he's in the north-south hallway. He turns left. Then he approaches, and you can't tell from the video. The challenge with the school video is it's a fisheye video located at this location. A little different than the video that we had at Santa Fe. So the view is very distorted. You can't see all the way to here, and you certainly can't see very far over here on the first iteration. The second iteration, we got a little bit better when it was sent back to Quantico to be enhanced or enhanced.
Enhance.
The second time,
Enhance. Enhance.
of what's going on.
Clear images every single fucking time.
What happened in that hallway.
But apparently they can do it. A little.
Yep.
Subject lines up here. What you can't see, it's inset in here. What you can't see is which classroom he's shooting into exactly. But he's shooting at either 111 or 112 initially. Overall, there was 24 rounds that were left, recovered out here, 27 in the hallway. Now, some of those rounds could have been, when we're evacuating, first responders are evacuating, trying to save lives, could have drugged some of those rounds out there. But for right now, it appears when we finish with the trajectory analysis, we'll be able to tell you how many exactly were fired by the subject into that room and how many were fired out by the subject. But for right now, you know, it appeared we had 27 rounds recovered in the hallway. The only shooting was not in this direction, it was in this direction here. He walked up the door, he opened the door and walked in. Okay, then we heard shooting.
Yep, it's even enhanced.
Suggests, and through audio enhancement, we can hear how many shots were fired. Initial barrage of firing occurred within 100 rounds occurred within the next couple of minutes. So you can go up on the timeline here. Again, shooting at your classroom, 111 to 112. He enters to 11:33. So we're talking about 32 seconds after he enters, because he entered West Building at 11:33. So the crash is 11:28. He enters the building at 11:33, or 11:33 exactly, and 11:33 in seconds. Again, shooting at the classroom, and then he enters into what we believe is 111. I say believe. Okay, at this time, 111.
The reason for the hissing is in the original Raw. When he moves away from his mic, you can't hear Jack Diddley. It sounds like the TV station boosted the audio.
Yeah. Because eventually he'll pick up the mic and you can hear him clearly the entire time.
Yeah.
Bullets go through. The two were grazed at that point, retreated. I can tell you at 11:36, as we mentioned before, you had 3 Uvalde PD officers enter the west door. 11:35, 11:36, 2, and 2 Uvalde PD officers. So we had 4 officers, 7 officers right now in the building at 11:36. That's pretty quick time, considering all the different factors in that regard. There was never a school resource officer on the scene. A school resource officer did respond, and when he responded to the location. He heard a man with a gun. So he's off campus, he's in his vehicle, he responds rapidly. As he does,
Why is he off campus? Is
I mean, it's an excellent question.
he sees what he thinks is the subject back here. It wasn't the subject, it was a teacher. He drives directly towards that subject, the teacher, and says, "I'm out with the subject." So it had already been reported on the radio, man with a gun, okay, at the school, after a crash. He thinks he's got the subject. He drives quickly. He drove, over 50 miles an hour into it, going towards the subject. And unfortunately, that wasn't the subject. The subject was right here. He passed the subject as he went. So that's why some of the confusion early on. Now, the doctrine for active shooters is clear. I mentioned it before. And it's 2 sets of it. Hey, you stop the killing, you stop the dying. The other part of that doctrine is you isolate, you distract, and you neutralize. Everyone's taught this. You require it in TCOL training. We practice it, we preached it. This is the doctrine, and it recognizes that you run to the sound of gunfire.
Yeah, it's not a way.
You don't stop. Okay, when you get there, you run into
The
gunfire.
screens are just so
okay?
fucking. The nodes are just so fucking massive. Just to point out everything.
There's no doubt in my mind that
Oh,
those
yeah.
officers would have gone. Any one of them.
I'm now going to break you down every single detail over how much this guy has fucked up.
Yep.
And teachers in that room have great confidence.
Hell,
that
his
those
police officers,
local officers
quote unquote,
done what was right.
just are equally as guilty because they should have knocked his ass the fuck out and just walked in there.
First report, officers contained in the
It's that jurisdiction thing, though. That's
contained as
the
a barricaded
fucking problem.
subject,
Yep.
contained as a
Fuck jurisdiction.
situation
Children were
where you
dying.
have a hostage, you need a
Yes.
Hey, I'm on with you, but at the same time, it's like
first you contain,
I-
then you communicate.
I
with the
understand from a
subject,
certain
then you call
perspective
SWAT
why
team,
they're like,
create an
oh,
immediate
okay,
action plan.
whoever's in charge
not what this
knows
was.
what's going on. They've got more details than we currently do.
Well, that's it. It's
And-
part of the training.
At some point,
Whoever's on scene first is the incident commander. Problem is, that assumes the incident commander is a giant fucking
as
coward.
reported, he did not have a radio
Yep.
with him. He did not.
And
I was only
you see-
following
That
orders.
was correct report.
yeah, and you see, looking at the timeline, it's like
And you can read it yourself in your
DPS
notes.
were
All this for purposes of
asking questions constantly, trying to go in, and
Sariando.
Uvalde
Oh,
kept
I'm
saying,
not
no,
talking
no.
about those guys either. I was just talking about the police officers under Petrified
Oh,
Pete.
oh yeah, no,
Ah, yeah.
they're no fucking excuse.
Yeah,
They shouldn't even have had to wait for the other people.
No, they shouldn't. But Arredondo basically turned it into a fake hostage situation.
Mm-hmm. And if this doesn't turn into the A, the end of his career, and B, the rest of his life in fucking prison, I'm going to be very annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
Don't keep your hopes up, bro.
Mm-hmm. So I just skipped forward through most of this because Bleach read it out earlier. It's just Arredondo being a retard on the phone.
Yep.
Ooh, this is good. Ardent Party says, #Arredondo lied and children died.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go.
That's exactly it.
Yep, that's spot on.
Questions have been asked about who's in charge. And much to the chagrin to some, that when people believe and what they hear, that when the FBI shows up, no, they're not in charge, okay? When other agencies show up, you're not in charge. It's the agency that has the original jurisdiction is in charge, but you have options. Just because you're in charge and you have the authority and you're the ranking official, senior official on site, you can actually delegate that down. In my case, the lower I delegate it, the better. in terms of sound decision making, or you can delegate it to another agency, or you can ask another agency to take the lead. This is common practice in ICS, in incident command. We practice that in Texas. We always practice it. We preach it. We're very careful, and you'll find when you talk to the experts in the alert training program, as self-deploying as a risk. Deciding who's in charge, deciding it on your own to take action without it being properly coordinated is a risk. It's one of the challenges you have in these type of situations. But nevertheless, in terms of if you're going to issue commands, okay, if you're going to direct action, you're the ranking official from the agency that has jurisdiction, you're the on-scene commander. Gunfire happens again at 11:40. Let's assume that was a barricaded subject. He was contained. Well, he fires again. And he's room 111 or 112. It's not reasonable to expect that there's children and teachers in that room still alive. 1141, Uvalde PD officer. We believe that he's barricaded in one of the offices. They're still shooting. More misinformation. He's not barricaded in an office, okay? He's in a classroom, 111 and 112. Dispatch asks if his door is locked, to which a Uvalde PD officer replies, I'm not sure. We have a hooligan to break it, a hooligan tool, so you can just break the lock and move in at the door. At 11:41, 4 first responders in the room from the east hallway. We had 2 constables, a fire marshal, a UPD officer. So officers continue to flood into the particular area. So we had 11 to begin with. We've had another 4 officers to it. The DPS trooper was the first DPS officer to arrive.
Director McCraw, we've got to ask you to,
Yes.
best you can, speak into the mic.
Oh, yes, sir. I apologize.
So the system can pick it up. If you
Yes,
can
sir.
pick that mic up, that would be
Yes, sir.
great.
All right.
We want to hear it more
ahead, sir.
clearly as
Thank
you
you.
devastate these people.
Thank you, Chairman.
I think when the chairman will ask some questions later, and I think the chairman wants to eat Arredondo too.
PD officers enter from the east
Yeah.
hallway. She looked. She was
I
there
mean,
less
who
than 2
wouldn't?
minutes, looked around because at that point in time, there was
Too much
multiple
gristle.
officers, and she left the building to find other duties as assigned. 11:44, another suspect fired around. 11:44 later, UPD officers have some officers there available to get everybody back. UCISD officer Ruben Reese and one of our sergeants, Sergeant Maldonado, actually drove Officer Reese to the scene. He enters at that point in time. Unknown officers, they need to get out of the hallway. Well, before I need to talk about Officer Ruiz. He notes that she's been shot. He's talking about his wife. He got a call from his wife. His wife was in room 112.
Okay, so we got.
And later died.
So from what I just heard there, Ruiz got a lift with some of the DPS guys because he'd already gotten the call from his wife.
That's the way it's starting to sound, yeah.
Yeah. So it's no fucking wonder he was checking his phone.
Yeah. Hell, who wouldn't? I'd probably be on the phone constantly instead of that.
Yep. Fuck me, what an absolute clusterfuck.
Yep. Yep.
Think about all those children never got to grow up now.
Mm-hmm.
Broken families
yeah.
too.
Yep. Well, I hope it'll make the families feel a little bit better when we execute Arredondo.
Yeah.
It's one of those. Actually, would rather see him have to work minimum wage for the rest of his life, not getting a dime, and all of that going to those families.
Oh,
Fuck
that'd be
yeah.
a nice start, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Every ounce of his being is used to pay off that debt.
Yep, he needs to be reminded of his failures every moment for the rest of his sad, pathetic life.
Yep.
Especially when they're that fucking brutal. When they're that fucking bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
fucking unbelievable.
He needs like a constant loop of McGraw just ripping him to shreds every minute of his existence.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Of course, that won't stop the Democrats from trying to protect his ass.
Yeah, he probably is a Democrat.
Yeah. And if
I'm not
not,
betting
he's an
against it.
honorary Democrat now.
Oh, yeah.
Ardent says he's playing Skyrim at the moment. Just killed a skeever with the butt of a crossbow. Oddly cathartic when thinking of Arredondo.
Do more of them. More of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unknown officer says they need to get out of the hallway, to which an officer responds, "Chief is in there. Chief is in charge right now. Hold on." 11:51,
Hey, fuck knuckle.
to enter the west door. There had been a call earlier for BORTAC, and BORTAC was en route. These aren't BORTAC agents that first responded. At 11:52, there's a first ballistic shield that enters the west door. At 11:52 later, UPD officers, units just showing up, can you help with crowd control? So officers after 11:52 are being diverted to crowd control activities. 11:53, unknown officer informs a DPS special agent that they need right now is a perimeter. Someone comments on whether there are still kids inside, to which the DPS special agent responds, if there is, then they just need to go in. Someone comments about whether there are still kids, in which he responds, if there is, then just need to go in. He enters the west building and is directed on where the suspect is focused on. This is from a body camera, and you'll note that any information that I'm using right now, it came from, it's color-coded.
That's
so
Gazaway.
It's body camera. Obviously, from video surveillance, it's either, whether it's funeral home and indicated, and of course, the Uvalde PD recordings as well. And you have that in your booklet. After some time, the DPS officer, said, "Is there kids in there? We need to go in right now." Then he said, "What's that?" Then whoever's in charge will determine that, because of what he recommended, if there's
Fuck
kids
the
in there,
guy
we
in
need to
charge.
get them. And then later on, the
Who's in
DPS
charge?
officer, he left the scene to look for kids, found
Not
found a
really
young boy
anyone.
in the restroom in the west building.
But are a
Yep,
dumbass.
the DPS
Waving
officer,
his
Look at
Fat
search
dick.
other classrooms.
the DPS officer got the shits and went to look for kids.
It's critical that
Yep.
let the
In a good way for a change.
11:58, after an unknown officer was asked where the shooter is, another unknown officer advised the school chief of police is in there with him.
That was
There's
clearly
a
a lie.
911 call at 12:03, and that's the call from
I
Chloe.
smell
The
bullshit.
first time Chloe calls. And of course, it's heart-wrenching to listen to her. She's in room 112, okay? She was actually the only child in room 12 that was uninjured. Okay, there was 8 children killed, 2 teachers killed in that room. And of course, she was uninjured. 9 children were injured in room 112.
Poor fucking kid.
12:03, the second ballistic shield enters the west door. 12:04, the third ballistic shield enters the west door, and yet there's no action. 12:09, the PD officer, go around and get the master keys to the room. Elements of the BORTAC arriving at the elementary school was at 12:09 or 12:10, and I think the first BORTAC members went into the building at 12:15. During that time, the Uvalde ISD Arredondo requests master key. Uvalde ISD Chief Arredondo gives instructions to officers to have a sniper on the east roof. Master key. There's more than one master key for the west building.
To answer Ardent Party, who says he went to more than one room, I was under the impression he was a single room the whole time. So rooms 111 and 112, they face each other through an adjoining wall, and there's just a door in that wall that's not locked, so the teachers can go through, look after each other's kids. So he was just using that door to go back and forth.
Yep.
If we ever get to see the map again, I remember, we'll stop and see if we can find it.
I put a link to it. I'll share it directly again so we can show that to everyone.
Yes, there's so much info. Oh, yeah, the actual image.
Yep.
Cool.
So we'll probably put in to the live shows the presentation materials from DPS,
Yeah.
just for the sake everybody can go and look at it and be thoroughly disgusted.
Mhm. So here we can see rooms 111 and 112. So that to get into the... Sorry, the cat was making a mess of everything. So we've got... there's two doors right next to each other in those little alcoves we could see. And that lead into each room. You enter the room and then there's some doors that just go between the rooms. And judging by the look of this map, I think it's where they found everyone. So we can see the teachers and 8 children in 112. Rest of the children in 111, and then the suspect was apparently hanging around near the cupboards, and Bortak fucked his shit up.
Yep. And looking at that, when they made entry, he was right there, just deadly funnel, got what he fucking deserved.
Yep. What he deserved is an eternity in hell. Almost makes you wish you were religious, doesn't it?
I'm getting close to that point.
One of those, I'm going to say that's where he is right now.
Wouldn't it be nice?
There is a god, he better be.
If there is a god, the fucking Arredondo needs to go join him.
Yep.
They're gonna be little fucking butt buddies together down there in hell.
Yeah, it's just when and again, that's where when we first started with the raw footage, that's why I was saying it looks like he was very particular which room he entered.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out that he was in those rooms as a student.
Yep, or had one of those as a teacher at the time.
Yep. Yeah, that's something I'd like to know. Did he have any of those teachers? But I'm sure that'll all come out as DPS rips this thing to shreds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That'll be a beautiful moment.
I have a feeling that DPS is very methodical about this for 2 reasons. Yeah,
1, because they just are, and 2, because they're fucking fuming.
Yeah, because they don't want to be dragged down with that motherfucker.
Yep, that's it. I like that there's someone at fault, and they're going to make sure everyone knows who it is. This isn't scapegoating, this is fucking shining the spotlight.
Yep.
This is the guy to blame. Have fun.
Basically.
Use a wood to crucify him.
Yep.
Fucking oath.
Anytime the locks were changed, there was another master key for that lock. So you may find a master key, but there's 2 master keys. You've got to get both master keys. So there was some frustration in the discussion about this master key doesn't work. Well, it doesn't work because that master key is not for that door.
It doesn't work because the door's already unlocked.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so fucking retarded.
1216, U.S. Chief says, I just need a key. The chief says, tell them to expletive wait. No one comes in. 1220, the 4th ballistic shield shows up.
Oh, ballistic shields, fuck's sake.
Importantly, the suspect fires 4 rounds. So if this
Yep, and we saw that.
Why is he still firing?
Yep.
Good fucking question.
Oh, thank you. The chief says at 1228, let me back up to 1221. Can you get a breaching tool like a trailer house, like for a trailer house? The chief, we've lost 2 kids. These walls are thin. If he starts shooting, we're going to lose more kids. I have to say, we have to put those to the side right now. Uvalde chief attempts to communicate with a suspect in English and Spanish. Now, the entire communications was always one way. The suspect never communicated, so it was not communication. We're talking at. But I'm an
Yeah.
officer. There's a teacher shot in there, to which the Uvalde PD officer replies, I know. The chief, people are going to ask why we're taking so long. We're trying to preserve the rest of the life.
Of course they fucking... Oh, bullshit. Trying to preserve the rest of life.
Chief,
Trying to preserve your
we have a
ass.
team ready to go? Do we have a team ready to go? Have at it. It's at 12:27. 12:28. The chief. There's a window over there. Obviously, the door is probably going to be locked. Probably going to be locked. That is the nature of this place. I'm going to get some more keys to test. 12:28. The chief. These master keys are working here, bro. Aren't working here, bro. We have master keys and they're not working.
Try using the doorknob, you fucking retard.
Okay, we've cleared out everything except for that room. We still have people down. They're just past the flag to the right. But we're ready to breach, but that door is locked. 12:33. The chief. I say we breach through those windows and shoot his expletive head off through the windows.
That would have been a good idea. Do that an hour ago.
An hour after you enter the building. An hour after you enter the building. 11:35, a hooligan tool arrives through the west door. At 12:38, the chief attempts to communicate with the suspect in English and Spanish. At 12:41, the chief says, just so you understand, we think there are some injuries in there. And so you know what we did, we cleared off the rest of the building so we wouldn't have any more besides what's already in there, obviously. 11:42, the chief says, we have an expletive problem getting into the room because it's locked. He's got an AR-15 and he's shooting everywhere like crazy, so he stopped. 12:43, Uvalde chief, they got to get that expletive door open, bro. They can't get that door open. We need more keys or something.
Try the fucking knob, you retard.
Says, if y'all ready to do it, you do it. But you should distract him out that window. 11:47, a sledgehammer enters from the east hallway. 11:50, the breach and termination gunfire. At the time, there was a stack of 7 officers that went in. Actually, only 4 went directly in because the door closed, as will happen in some of these operations, and left the 3 out. 3 entered thereafter, shortly thereafter. 5 officers fired rounds, fired rounds at the subject, killing the subject at that time.
Far too fucking white.
Chairman, that concludes the timeline. And of course, I know that you may have some questions on the door and other questions that I'm ready to discuss right now with some of the pictures that we have. And I thank you for the opportunity to have gone through that.
Okay, so you're ready to get some questions now?
Yes, sir.
I've got a couple, and then we'll open it up. You said the outside door was unlocked.
Yes, sir.
Now, was that lock, as I understand it, there at one time was a rock, the teacher removed the rock, the teacher closed the door or heard slam the door. We don't know really what all to believe because we've heard so much stuff. But was the door closed and did the lock just not work?
The only way you can lock these exterior doors in the west building, there's 4
The
doors.
exterior doors.
One is for the library and 3 other entrances, east, west, and south. The only way to do that is from the outside. You can't do it otherwise.
So I have a bunch of comments to make about the doors, but he's just going to make them anyway, so we'll just shut up and
covers
listen.
everything.
Yeah, all the things that we were vaguely talking about earlier.
So when she knocked the rock out, it closed securely. But there's no way for her to tell that the door was unlocked. And the only way to know that the door was unlocked is go out, close the door, okay, then try it. So that's the only way you can tell on this particular model. And
But he came straight through the door with no problem.
it was unlocked. He walked straight through it.
So did y'all check the lock later to see if the lock was malfunctioning or was it working?
Yes, the locks were working fine. And that on the exterior doors, the locks were working fine. Now I can tell you, looking at the picture here, you don't need a key to get into this building. It could have been locked. This glass doesn't have mesh on it. All you have to do is shoot through this glass. Okay, reach in. There's a bar. Well, here's a bar. Pull that, and you're in. Now, the subject would have known that. He would have known it. And the same thing, these panes are also vulnerability.
Yeah, anybody can look at that and tell it'd be easy to take a gun and shoot holes in it and reach around.
Yes, sir.
But the first question was, the lock was functioning correctly?
The lock was functioning correctly and the door was unlocked. It was closed but unlocked.
I thought when it closed, it was supposed to automatically lock.
Well, you can set it to two. You can set it to two sections, and it's similar to the actual door on the interior as well. You can turn it all the way one direction. It's unlocked. You can turn it another direction, and it's in the locked
Okay,
position.
so the latch was working functionally.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just turned in a position when you close it, it doesn't lock.
Exactly. Someone did not lock that door.
Okay.
And similarly, the south door, which I described officers going in early on, that door was unlocked as well.
Second thing, okay, you may have just said what I was fixing to ask, but the classroom door, was it locked or not locked?
The classroom door, if we can get a picture of it,
We
We've
probably
got-
want
this one is
to
probably
pause
the
it
best
here,
example.
right when he puts it up.
Okay, so we'll pause just as soon as he gets started on the camera switches.
Yep.
This isn't the actual door. Well, this shouldn't.
There we go.
Yeah, right there. So yeah, this is the actual door. I think it's from the size 112, and it looks like that was the first door that was being fired at by the suspect.
I don't actually. I think he says it might not have been the exact door, but it's similar enough.
Well,
So-
the other two, but he does say this is the correct door, but doesn't really want to focus in on it.
So
As you
this
can
is
see,
actually
glass is
yeah.
damaged.
This is actually looking into that little alcove that was being all sorts of annoying. So we can see the two doors with the wall that's running down between them. And somewhere along that wall, about half to 3/4 is a door that just goes between the two rooms. So a douchebag McShitfucker could just wander between the two without coming into the hallway where the cowards were hiding.
Yep. Yeah.
Also,
and he had no reason to re-enter the hall when he could do his dastardly deeds there.
yep, also, glass in those doors. You can see through glass.
From the look of it. Yeah.
Funny thing about glass.
Amazing that.
I never knew.
And I think the
The
thing
more
that
you
gets
know.
me is okay, it's got some reinforced mesh in it, but that doesn't stop bullets.
No, especially not from from 5.56 from a rifle.
Exactly.
And we know this because shitbag shot through the door repeatedly.
Mm-hmm.
So the cops
And
could have just
again,
shot him
it's
through the fucking glass. But no.
And where he was engaged was you could look straight through that window and see him according to the map.
Yeah. So let's see what he has to say, which is basically going to be that.
This is the actual door, but we really don't want to use that. This is room 127 and 120.
Okay, so yeah, just like Bleach said. So the one on the right is the actual door, but they're not showing us from the other direction for sensitivity reasons. But this is just an identical setup for the other classrooms.
26. That's what 111. That's 112 and 111 would look like in that regard. And here's the door. You cannot lock this door from the inside of the classroom.
Cannot lock the door from inside the classroom.
Lock the door inside the classroom. The teacher
Fuck's
can
sake.
come outside the classroom as the requirement is to lock the door with a key, only with a key. And this right here by turning it, and to the lock position. And I can actually have the door of another. This came from the west building, one of the doors right here, and I can demonstrate that if you'd like at this time, Mr. Chairman.
So the teacher could not even lock the classroom door from the inside?
That's correct. There's no way to lock the door from the inside, and there's no way for the subject to lock the door from the inside.
It was open.
And there we have it.
Yep. Arredondo's a
Heard
moron.
reports that the lock was malfunctioning, that they had turned in a request for the lock to be fixed. Is that all fictitious, or
We had a locksmith inspect the lock and the strike plate.
Yes, the hinges are on the
Strike
outside.
plate was not. What's not happening is,
Weird.
as you can see on this door here, is that, yes, the lock was...
To
working,
clarify,
because it
for
was-
anyone who doesn't know, if you can see the hinges, the door opens from that side as well.
Mm-hmm.
Though, I would guess, it's hard to tell from that 3 pixels, but I would guess that those aren't the super easy kind of, where you just tap the pin, but they go flying out, and then you can just open the door from that side instead.
Yeah, these typically have some sort of screw, recessed screw, top and bottom, so it sets the pins. But
I don't know if it'd have
fucking
that kind of
drywall.
security, but it's usually got those soft close, stupid hinges, and other shit.
They do, but given the vintage of this school, which I
I
believe was
suppose.
like the 70s, and even with renovation, you can fuck with those without too much trouble. But more importantly, being drywall, yeah, you're gonna have probably heavy studs on either sides of the door frame. But that's what the Halligan is fucking for.
Yeah. Also,
And they didn't even use that.
it's an interior door. What are the chances that it's actually solid core? Because guess what? Solid.
Well, it's a fire door. It's a fire door, so there's a slight chance, but there's no reason why they can't basically bend the frame, because that's a metal frame, so they can
Well, that's it.
pop that out.
Any retard given a Halligan for the first time could fucking get into that room if it was locked. It's not hard to figure out. Where latch? Stick wedge between latch and wall. Oh no, door open. It's not exactly fucking rocket science.
I think you're giving them a bit too much credit, Bezek.
No, I said any idiot. Not an Uvalde cop
Yeah.
who is far dumber than the average idiot.
Ah, fair enough. Never mind me then. As you were.
But either way, door's not thick enough to stop a bullet.
Nope.
Unless it's made of steel.
Even a steel door that thick would struggle.
Yeah, I'm.
But yes, if that was solid steel, it probably would stop bullets for a while anyway. But it'd also be prohibitively expensive.
Yes.
But do you know what also stops bad guys? Bars and locks that actually fucking work.
And guns.
True.
Oh, don't be crazy. Kind words and social workers are really the trick.
Yes, give
They're the trick.
give the unwielding madman a hug. That'll stop it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let's roll.
Design, but if it doesn't, if the through doesn't get into the strike plate, it may be locked, but it's not secure. You can just open it. And that's so you can it can be the locked position, ironically, in the locked position or unlocked position, and it's still unsecured and can be opened.
Fucking hell.
Okay, so there was never a request to have a lock fixed?
There was evidence that the requests were made about that lock based on interview with the teacher and also some
Basically, the school was
reports that we
just
found
built for
of,
it being
submissions to
massacred,
have
and
it
the
fixed.
police
Yeah.
would just.
So a teacher thought the lock was broken?
God damn it!
Yes, the teacher was convinced it was unlocked.
I mean, the
it was
school in
broken and reported earlier.
the school in
Was
itself
that
is just a problem. But
request made,
God
like
damn
days,
it!
Before the shooting, or weeks, or months?
I think I can't say. I'd have to go back and get the exact timeline. I don't have that right now. Chairman, I'll get that back to you in the committee, exactly what days that were requested that they would be fixed.
On the
I agree with Prime
officer's
Knight.
radio.
I'm not gonna repeat it, but I agree with
went
it.
in without his radio, then he obviously was requesting his radio.
Yes, sir.
But I was told later, or maybe by you or someone else, that the radio would not actually function inside the school.
Yes, sir.
Because it did not have the strength to reach out of the school.
Yes, sir. We conducted a threat and vulnerability assessment of the site while we had control of the school. And our DPS special agents brought in our communications team, and we conducted tests of everybody's portable radio Uvalde PD, Sheriff's Office, Border Patrol, DPS, everybody's portable radio in that west building. And the only portable radios that worked in that west building were Border Patrols. Okay? They were the only ones that worked.
All right, so we've got
because of the frequencies.
a police school officer whose radio will not work inside the school.
That's correct. Yes, sir. And nor would the PDs, okay? So if they're responding to assist, nor would the sheriff's office if they're responding to assist, and nor will DPS officers if they're responding to assist. The Border Patrol has a station there in Uvalde, and that's why they had so many agents in the area. And of course, they've got a stronger, boost on their particular tower. I can tell you that even when we take Border Patrol and we were able to link them and patch them all together, then even Border Patrol's radios didn't work.
Okay.
Which is a well-known problem in a lot of
Senator Zaffarini
buildings.
raised her hand first.
So.
Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel McGraw, you talked about different stages of this tragedy, starting with the shooter's social media messages, his communications with people,
Okay.
including the...
I don't think there's too much groundbreaking in the rest of this one.
No, I think it just kind of devolves into how can we fix things going forward and yada, 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 which...
Okay, which one of the how can fix this? Is it how can we fix this without actually fixing it, or is it how can we genuinely fix this the best way
Well,
possible?
it is Texas, so probably a bit of both.
Yeah, she wants to do a little political grandstanding from when I watched it, but the answers he comes up with are basically unfuck the doors for one, so you can actually lock them from the inside.
Wow, what a
And
fucking revolution.
I know, shocking. The other things are, like distributed antenna systems in buildings for public safety, which is actually in current code for a lot of states for new construction, but not a lot about retrofits, but hopefully this will change that some. It's not actually all that expensive. It just takes some engineering work and budget, and hopefully this will
Yeah,
push
and of
that
course,
in that direction.
yeah, penny pinching Wanksteins won't let you have budget for
Mm-hmm.
anything fucking useful at the worst of times.
Yeah, well, I can also say from professional experience, I've seen a lot of school districts go on the cheap side and end up with equipment that does fuck all. And where it's not a bi-directional, which you need for these systems. It's unidirectional, so you can push all sorts of signal into a building, but you can't get a thing out.
Which is kind of fucking useless when you need to coordinate fucking a school shooting.
Yep. And that's a big, serious industry-wide discussion that needs to happen where people actually need to go and test these rather than just put up pretty little pictures that says, yeah, it should work.
Yep. Almost as if that should be one of the many things that should be assigned off to one of those government departments that does fuck all.
Yeah, well, actually, contractors probably significantly better job at this.
Well,
So-
true. But then again,
yeah.
it's not hard to do a better job than doing absolutely fucking nothing and putting your fingers in your ears and going la 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 la.
Yeah, I'm not hearing 100 rounds being discharged in this building. Yeah,
And I'm not seeing blood just flow from under the door. It's just ketchup. Even though the cantina is the other way.
Indeed.
Yeah. But,
You
yeah,
know, another solution in a situation like this is similar it's similar to something we have on the ship. Basically, it's more of a fire and flood suppression system, but it also works to keep people locked in areas if worse should come to pass. And that is we have these hydraulic doors. Now, they don't need to be hydraulic because we also have electrical versions of them, which just these, like, I think 5 centimeter thick doors with aluminum, and between them there's some other stuff. I think the fire resistance.
This school had
And it-
basically
and
that system. It for fire.
Yeah, but they just
And-
come and close through and just cut off the sections of the school. They could have just
Right,
cut him off in a
that's-
section.
Yes,
But they
the thing
had
is
this in this school.
that
It just wasn't part of their lockdown procedures. That's where the
Oh.
problem is.
I mean, they barely even had time to enact the lockdown procedures. Anyway, like
Yeah.
he was in there in minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking
Was.
what, a total of
I think it was like 2, maybe 3 minutes
5.
from the first shots,
Yeah,
him being
well-
in the fucking building.
Yeah, but there should have been
yeah.
some. If they've had, like, you know, had those alarm buttons you just elbow, right? That just caused the alarm. There should have been some other buttons out of reach of the students, of course, or some other things where she's seen it and then she can, within under a minute, just gotten the button and then caused the shutdown.
Okay, but
Or
the
just-
problem with that, Trim, is you have to drag the money out of a bunch of scum fucking bureaucrat retards to retrofit a 50-year-old building with an electric lock system.
Yep.
I keep forgetting that your country is basically 50% swamp.
But
But yeah,
it's also a lot easier and cheaper to include those things when you're building the boat from scratch, Trim.
yeah.
Building the big building or retrofit. I mean, if they've
It's
had
a
they could have
50-year-old building, Trim.
Yeah, but if they had the doors, they could have made it work into the system. It's not perfect. I mean, the windows are still
Yeah,
open, but come on.
But trim.
What?
When you're doing that kind of system, because I've been with construction of schools, the amount of infrastructure that has to be put in place for those is you can't easily retrofit these buildings for that. You're going to
No.
actually have to
I
gut the
understand.
entire thing and rebuild it from the exterior in.
And don't forget,
I understand.
fail-
It's just that I'm
fail
trying to come
closed
up with a
doors
solution
are-
that
be able to lock the doors from the fucking inside, Trim. That'd be a good solution. Do you know how
Yeah.
much that costs? About $30 a door.
Yep.
at maximum.
And-
But I
and
was trying to
easy
come up
if-
with solutions that does not involve, you know, giving the teachers a way to defend themselves through guns.
Yeah, but let's go with the guns.
I mean,
Yeah.
Can be a lot more effective.
why not
Bullets are
guns
cheaper.
and keys? You haven't been paying
Exactly.
attention, Trim.
I have been paying attention. I'm just trying to do this as politically as possible.
No. Have you
Don't-
seen the price of ammo?
Still cheaper than lives.
Yeah.
Unless there's certain chiefs of police.
Yeah. Maybe he was trying to save bullets.
Probably. Oh, got my budget. I can't violate that by shooting a perpetrator.
I mean, if he uses that excuse, it would be better than just I had to stand there and just scratch my ass.
I'm not interested in what he has to say. I just want to see him
No.
swing. There is no excuse for what he did, or rather what he didn't do.
And not the
Yep.
kind of hanging with just and not the hanging that breaks your neck. and
Not a long drop,
kills you quick.
a short fall.
No, just hanging up slowly. Just pull him up slowly and just let him squirm.
Yeah, why not? Anyway, should we see what what going after an active shooter should look like, Trim?
Yes.
Cool. Because he got video.
Hi everyone, Donut here. First,
It's Donut,
Good
so we'll skip through to video.
Yep.
Where the fuck is the video? I swear there's video in here somewhere. Oh, did I get the wrong one?
Possibly.
and backed off,
Potentially, but
waiting
we
for
don't
black
know.
units to arrive as per the.
Oh no, I
orders.
think it's in here
So it
somewhere.
could have been one response to an active
Oh,
shooter
fuck off
situation.
subtitles.
But first, a little background on what we're going to be reviewing today. In 2006, terrorism in his possession.
Okay,
Never
yeah,
found
this-
any.
this is the right
Yeah,
one.
he
Yeah, this
carries
is the
a
right one. It was just being weird and scrubbing. Right, so
and he's the
here we go.
first one in the stack most of the time.
So Officer Chad McBigballs here is going to go in and solve business. So no, the time on the camera is 6:41.
Yes. And I already gotten much farther than the other guys.
Yep. Good maneuvering.
Yep, checking his corners. Oh my god, they're communicating. And they're...
The fuck is that?
We got this
They're
officer
watching-
over here with the rifle. He's got up high.
That-
And like I
that
said,
guy's
he's
a
watching the
fucking Chad,
windows,
too.
the doors up there up top.
Yeah, it's almost as if you don't want to get shot from above.
Hey, I'm holding that top.
Yep, watching doors downstairs, making sure there's no one coming you from above.
Sarge, come over to here. Sarge.
Look, they're like, we're going to keep pushing up. Not running away, we're going to keep pushing up.
And you notice, you got the guys with the rifle taking, aggressive stances.
Yep.
Hey, behind that engine block.
You saw the officer running over here. The officer's going, get behind that engine block, get behind that engine block. The scene commander whose body camera footage we're looking through, which I'm guessing that's the scene commander. He's telling everyone what to do. He seems like the big dick and knows his shit. He's telling them to get behind the engine block because we discussed this in videos before that a car absolutely isn't cover. It's more concealment because of a bullet will go straight through a car. But if you're going to get behind a car, you want to be behind the engine block because that's the spot that a bullet might not go through. So he's going to put a guy over here behind this car, covering the top, looking up at them's windows. While
Yeah,
they go
like
upstairs.
clearing and...
Told him to hold that door, so now no one's going to come up behind him and shoot him in the back.
And look at the foot placement. That door is not opening.
Yep, but it also means that if the door starts opening, his foot's gonna move, and he's just gonna blast. He's just gonna be ready to just fucking go.
So anyway, I started blasting.
Yeah.
But what's next?
But not just how, like it's not a big drama having pistols go first when you're dealing with super tight corners like this, and having the rifles coming from back. It's not a bad tactical decision, but you'll also notice that they're also they like look at Mr. Baby seeing the door. That trigger discipline.
And notice that it barely has been a minute.
Yes.
And I've gotten this far.
Yep.
And notice they're going to continue to be aggressive here.
Yes, as you do for active shooter situations. So we'll watch them. So Mr. Butt here has a rifle too, and now Chad McBig Dick's going.
So this guy, he's gonna go in front of these officers because he, like he said, has the rifle.
Yep.
And he can pie the shit out of some corners. Watch this.
Yep. He doesn't want to get surprised by no shitbag. He wants to get the best tactical advantage he can.
All right, we're good. We gotta take this smart.
2 minutes in, and they're already approaching a door.
Hey, we need access
Yep.
to these
Good
doors.
stuff.
So he's saying we need access to these doors. Some other report that I read about the Uvalde shooting the other day was the officers who initially went into the school couldn't get into the classrooms that the shooter was in because they had to wait for a janitor or somebody.
Except the doors were unlocked. We've been over that.
Keys and they started getting shot at. That's when they retreated.
No.
Again, we don't know.
But
this
they
officially.
they
But
weren't
that's
even
a
looking
huge
for
problem
keys
in
at
these
that
active
point.
shooter situations is not being able to get into some of these doors.
Donut needs
because
an
you're
invite
supposed
to
run
Sultans,
in
I agree,
and
or
try to find the problem. So you're not usually
Would be
carrying
fucking
like
nice.
breaching gear with you like a SWAT team
I would
when
be
they're
starstruck
executing a
like half
search
an hour.
warrant. It's layers of problems upon layers upon layers.
I heard shotgun.
Shots in there.
Probably
Oh,
breaching shotgun.
Yep. Is that the shooter? You don't know, but they're handling it great. That's just a dude trying to get away from the shooter. They don't know that.
Hey, all right, hands on your head. Turn around. Everybody stand by. Back up. What do you got?
I'm a supervisor. I was just speaking communication.
Okay, come back.
Are you able to open that door for us?
I am, sir.
Okay.
Give me your key card.
Where's your key card at?
That guy came out. They're probably going to put him back, pat him down, handcuff him. But now they have a key card to get into the building.
Yes.
That was phenomenal timing. Otherwise, they would have had to sit there, try to kick down one of these doors, or find another way around.
and those doors look significantly hard to kick down because they're exterior.
Left that guy.
We need a key card.
I'm gonna push up together.
Okay, this door.
Oh, this one's on your.
Oh look, these doors have gratings on the windows. The wire mesh.
Too, in this building, they have those little square windows, so they can kind of peek in and see what's behind all these closed doors just a little bit.
Oh, and proper door opening technique.
Yep.
This is such a nightmare place to clear too, because not only
Look at that. It's a gun-mounted light, so I can keep a decent grip and actually see shit.
tons of doors, but inside of these giant rooms are cubicles.
Oh, look at that. He's crouching, not going down on both knees like Detective Fat Ass in the white shirt we saw. He was just crawling around.
Yeah.
Hey, we need that key card over here, bro. All right, I'll push it back to you guys, okay? Yeah.
Oh, he said, bro. But look how far he got,
get
though.
away with it.
Yeah, look how far he's got.
Look, we heard a gunshot and he's up and fucking moving. Not running away, he's fucking on the move.
He's checking his corners.
Yep. He's moving fast but still checking because he wants to get this guy and also not get shot in the process. He will if he has to, but he'd much rather not.
Yep. And yeah, notice, even though he's got a pistol, he's still right there.
All right.
Yep. Hey, look.
We got that stairwell.
He's going under the other guy's line of fire. He's not on his knees for stupid reasons like back at Uvalde. And now he's back up. Because remember, he always kept his foot under him.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. They're covering 3 threats at once.
Yep. Yep, and look at Mr. Pistol. He is up there, and he's made sure to push past his shoulders. So he's not going to shoot him in the back of the head.
And then they got the officer whose body camera we're looking at.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure the blur is the shooter.
Dude whose brain is hanging out of his ear is actually the active shooter. He just offed himself. That was that last gun blast that you heard.
Yeah, because you can actually see how he's seated if we jump back a little. Yeah, but he's just feet out and slumped.
Yep.
Pushed out like a bitch.
So here we are at 6:44, 39 seconds. They've made contact with the shooter.
Yep.
Granted, the shooter's already been a self-correcting error, but they didn't know that. So they went and fucking got him anyway. And when did this start? Well, let's find out. 6:49. Less than 4 minutes, and they made contact with the shooter. Shooter, well, he neutralized himself, but all that matters is that he was neutralized.
Yeah, and he
And
neutralized himself, most likely because the guys were in the building at that point.
Yep. He might have heard the cops coming and went, oh, can't let him take me alive. Which is nearly always what shooters do. They're either in there for the fame, like the dipshit that they keep waffling about getting Burger King, or it's a murder-suicide like this guy.
Yep.
It's very, very rare that it ever turns out like Uvalde, bro.
Yep. Yeah, and I think it's worth pointing out, in that 4 minutes, they covered that distance. They cleared basically 3 rooms, and they didn't stop. As soon as the gunfire happened, they advanced. They didn't just stick around.
They were slow rolling because they couldn't hear anything. They're clearing the building. Oh, active shooter, right up, move. They were still moving technically, but they were fucking gone.
And the thing that my law enforcement military friends are, slow is fast, where you're clearing everything and you're moving methodically, but you're not stopping.
It actually isn't like the full quiet, and I'm certain I've heard it from some silly movie or TV shows, like slow is smooth is fast, or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. But, they love quoting that shit all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, like Prime Knight says, taking measured risks the entire time. Yep, when it's not an active shooter, they're slowing down, making sure they're safer. Oh, but he's shooting at someone. Granted, that someone was him, but how could they know it? So, he's shooting at someone, we gotta go fucking get him.
Yep, and that's the whole thing. And
And it's over in 4 minutes.
Should have been about.
Not an hour and 20 minutes.
Yep.
It's nice to see how it's done.
Yeah, and that was the big thing with showing this was, yeah, this is what you do, because otherwise you're
Hey, Toss
you're
popped into
causing more
chat.
deaths.
He says, doing God's
Bye,
work. Don't need
Toasty,
this
bye,
black
Toasty.
pill, though, so I'll be leaving again. But you guys keep doing the right thing and we'll see you around. Thanks, Tossy.
Hi, Tolstay. Bye, Tolstay.
I mean, it's kind of understandable, isn't it?
I don't fault them for it.
So, Billy B has given us another video that it touches on what I was talking about earlier. So, let me see if I can queue it up. I'm going to queue it up in here, just for the hell of it. So, we need to ban assault rifles, do we? Uh-huh. Sure. Really? Right. Let's see what this video has to say about that. Hey, work, you bastard. Why is it being difficult?
Oh, Chinese.
Because the Chinese are infiltrating.
There we go, that's better.
Heightened security at China's Kunming railway station on Sunday after a mass knife attack resulted in the deaths of at least 33 people and left over...
Mass knife attack. 33 people dead. But guns are the problem.
Who knew that? Who knew? Maybe we should disarm the populace even more.
We need to take
you, England.
We need to take the English approach. What's that you've got there? It's just me bought a knife. I bought a knife.
You've got a license for that?
But it's just me toast.
You're not allowed to have your
Vegemite
toast.
only.
You got a license. You shite.
Do we know how many attackers were here?
Let's see if it tells us.
130 injured.
130 injured.
4 suspects were shot
Holy
dead.
4
while
suspects
further is
shot
being
dead.
detained, and others are believed
4 suspects shot dead. What detained?
and others are believed to have fled, while 1 further is being detained.
One
and
further
others are
detained,
believed to have fled the
and others
scene.
believed are
Chinese
believed to have
authorities
fled.
blamed militants from the restive far western region of Xinjiang for Saturday's assault.
So 6 or 7?
Yeah, you could even go up to 10, but still.
But also
163
stabbing
against
attacks.
4.
Yeah, over 163 injured, 33 dead. So it's more than 163 to 4. It's like 200 to 4.
Oh boy.
Well, 200 to 10.
So that's still at least, 20
20
per
each.
perp. Yeah.
I mean, bring a knife to a gunfight, you're kind of fucked. But bring a knife to a fist fight, you got the you got the upper hand.
Well, I've got a video from Brisbane about bringing a knife to a fist fight and what happens, but that's abso-fucking-lutely an age restriction, so not going to add it. But it is floating around in some of the channels, and yeah, but yeah, it's like, speaking of how fucking effective laws are, in Australia, it is illegal to carry a knife in public without a legitimate purpose. Note that self-defense is no legitimate purpose. So what we have is 2 groups of shitbags. So 2 groups of gangster shitbags, gangster with an A, because they think they're fucking tough. So 2 groups of shitbags. One group has someone filming. So these 2 groups of shitbags are having themselves an altercation because they're so tough and hard. So one group's backing off a bit, but still mouthing off, because as gangsters do. And then one of them comes up and has some swings, and then one of the other groups of dirtbags just knife to the neck, dead. Arterial spray, dead before he hits the fucking ground. But of course, how's that possible? It's illegal to carry a knife without a legitimate reason.
Are you saying someone broke the law?
Funny thing about criminals, and again, the guy who's been arrested for the murder, multiple time convicted criminal. Yeah.
So you're saying, if I get you right, that criminals don't follow the law?
Yeah, funny that. Oh, and actually, something that pisses me off about it, it's not quite relevant to the full topic of this video, but we've got Bleach here, and it's no point bringing this up on the Sultan, on the normal podcast. In America, so correct me if I'm wrong, Bleach, but in America you have ordinary force and deadly force in most states, right?
Most states, yes.
Yeah. So, can you use deadly force to protect yourself from ordinary force?
In most states, yes. It's a lot of states have the castle doctrine where if you're being, and I can't remember the other doctrine, but basically, if someone's aggressively coming at you and you see no route of escape, you're not obligated to do anything but defend yourself.
Yeah, but my reading of it is that in most states, even in America, but so people are saying that this guy who stabbed the other guy, oh, but he was backing away. No, he wasn't. He was moving backwards and still mouthing off, so he wasn't disengaging. But like, oh, he did nothing wrong. Yeah. Like, no. In most places in America, if you have two groups of shitbags mouthing off at each other, and then one of them comes and swings at someone, and they get knifed, no, that is using deadly force against ordinary physical force, and that's going to wind you up in prison in America.
Most cases, unless you can demonstrate that you were feeling threatened and were unaware of what they were going to do next.
Like you need to be able to articulate that a reasonable person would have a fear of death or great bodily harm.
Exactly.
Problem is, when it's three groups, when it's 3 or 4 shitbags versus 3 or 4 shitbags, and, oh yeah, you're a multi-time criminal, what's a reasonable person going to think? You know, like those 12 reasonable people over there deciding your life.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's actually 2 fairly recent examples that I'm aware of. One was in Florida, the other was in Virginia. The Florida incident, there were 3 males trying to break into a home, and one of them was clearly armed through the door camera. They were trying to force their way in. They knocked down the homeowner. He dropped his firearm. One of the perps recovered it. The owner retreated, came back with an AK-47, wasted 2 of them, and the other one ran away.
I mean,
and he had no charges.
I don't. Yes, because 1, home invasion. So, and in most states, well, the ones that have castle doctrine, they cross your threshold at night. Any reasonable person will assume that you're at risk of death or great bodily harm. Also, you know they have guns, so ventilating the fucker is totally acceptable.
And the Virginia case was an employee of a discount store was encountering a belligerent drunk who would not leave the premises, and we're talking like a 22-year-old black kid as the employee, and he ended up ventilating, I think it was a 29-year-old white dude who was drunk, belligerent, and making threats. And while the kid's been arrested and processed, it sounds like they're not going to continue with prosecution at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's reasonable, like, because one of the key factors in it is reasonable fear of death and great bodily harm. And I know that base Florida sheriff will say this too. If someone tells you they've got a gun and threatens to use it on you, you're entitled to fucking believe them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Waste them.
You know, it's not like the shithole that's New York where, oh, you're being aggressively pinned into a corner. Here, you stabbed your attacker? How dare you?
Mm-hmm.
That shit doesn't happen in most states, luckily.
Yeah.
You have a duty to run away or surrender and be raped.
Yeah, okay, so
pretty much.
I'm going to, on the grounds of fuck it, I am going to bring up, but stop before the blood goes, or attempt to stop before the blood goes everywhere, the video that I'm talking about. Because in this case, you have 2 groups of shitheads mouthing off and trying to punch each other, then one of them pulls a knife. Like, I am reasonably sure, based on my watching of active self-protection videos, that even in most places in America, the guy with the knife would be going to prison. Now, in Australia, You have to. You not only do you have to use reasonable force, you have to use proportional force. So if someone pulls a knife on you, you can potentially get in trouble for shooting them. And that's not even taking into account the weird gun laws. But so this guy had a knife that he wasn't allowed to possess, then stabbed someone who was trying to fist fight him, and then left the scene. Oh, and he's a multiple-time criminal.
So he has been failed by society, and he requires...
That's right,
support.
Trim. He's a didn't do nothing.
Yes, of course.
The most sainted among us.
Yeah, so I'm just going to try and get the fucking thing back to working again.
We must take care of people like that, because apparently they can take care of themselves.
Yeah, so here's the video. So I'm going to have to stop it before too much comes out. But the guy with the knife comes from the group of dirtbags on the right-hand side. I think this is the right video.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Yep, so we've got three dirtbags versus three... Oh, what's that?
Yep. Oh, he's got it out.
Yep. What's that there? You can see that. That's clearly a knife. And guess that he's not allowed to possess.
Is that in China?
No, that's in... That's within a reasonable drive from me.
Reasonable drive from you cut out.
That was the end of the sentence, Trim.
Oh.
That's how sentences work. They end. But this
period.
This occurred.
You said reasonable drive from, and then nothing.
Yeah, from me. This occurred within a reasonable drive from me, because I'm being very vague as to where it is and I am.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, Daryl's like he turns the dude into a pound. Yes, he does.
Oh boy.
So here, see how he's going up, and the guy swings. That's not the right video. God damn it. Let me see if I can get a better video, but yeah.
Why would
Actually,
you fucking be uppity against the guy with a fucking knife anyway?
so that's not actually... I don't think that's the one that gets him.
Because you're a bag of shit that doesn't recognize that someone has a greater tactical advantage.
Well, they're
you're a complete retard.
Yes. I mean, it's a group of dirtbags doing dirtbag things.
Surprising no one.
Dirtbag's gonna dirtbag.
Yep. But yeah, this is, to me, the perfect example of why the Second Amendment exists. Because if, say this had been, a small, petite woman, she'd have no chance, even with a knife, against, douchebag McDirtbag here.
Well, that falls into the reasonableness standard, which is why. And again, I'm fully in favor of, and something feminists will never understand. I think that if a 5'0" woman is being accosted by a couple of thugs at night, and she thinks they're going to take her away and rape her, I think it's entirely reasonable for her to shoot the cunts.
Exactly.
So let's see. We'll
mag dump until the.
We'll VLC play the video. No. God damn it.
Danger plus pistol equals safe.
Yeah.
Usually.
I'm just trying to get a decent fucking video. You wouldn't think it'd be that fucking hard.
Yeah, it's just this. Every time I hear the left saying constantly, "Oh well, why do you need 30 rounds to kill a deer and shit like that?" It's like, it's
and doesn't Democrats wearing Klan hoods?
Yeah, exactly. They only take them off for their photo ops.
I love that pastor.
Yep.
I'm just trying to find a decent fucking version of the video.
Have him sanctify your AR-15. If you vote for me, I will blast your AR-15s.
Well, there's several images through the years of I think mostly Polish, and yeah, they're getting their weapons sanctified before I think it was World War II.
I mean, the Poles are pretty base sometimes.
Exactly. Yep.
Fuck's sake, that's not the video I wanted either.
Yeah, Eugene Stoner was pretty brilliant.
But yeah, I linked that somewhere, but yeah. Stabs a guy who's trying to fist fight him. I don't think that'd fly in most places in the States, and it's sure as shit not going to fly in Australia. Like, I reckon you should be allowed to carry as big or as many knives as you fucking well want to. But
well, yeah,
that's not reasonable self-defense. And then add on the knife part, he's getting absolutely shagged.
Yeah.
I mean, the knife is there mostly just to make people feel safe anyways.
Well, it's like, I know when I travel here in the States, even by airplane, I'll stop, get, decent sized pocket knife, just mostly for whittling, but just in case. But yeah, wandering around Europe, it's like, okay, I feel a little more vulnerable than normal. This is dumb. What if I need to, not so much defend myself, but go along and like, okay, well, I need to go and get inside of this thing over here. Yeah.
I mean, I have a knife in my car just in case.
Yeah, but it's like,
But
okay,
I don't. That's
I'm
because
going
I
on a
don't
hike.
trust people.
I mean,
going through a hike in part of Belgium, I was like, I want a car sausage.
Yeah, I mean, I've got enough knives floating around this place to give a cop a fucking heart attack. But because I'm not carrying them in public, there's nothing they can do to fucking stop me.
And I'm not carrying the one in my car. It's laying in my car.
Yeah, I don't think that'd make a difference. In fact, it's been proven repeatedly in court not to in this shithole.
Technicalities.
Yeah. Ardent Party's right on the mark. You should be permitted to carry whatever you believe you need to adequately defend yourself. If you misuse it, that is what the law should be there for. Yes. So, Davy Crockett...
Exactly. Yep. Well, this has been my big argument
Which
against
the Constitution says are legal.
Yep. It's like my biggest argument against the National Firearms Act is, yeah, sure, getting rid of it means everybody gets to buy full auto whatever they want. But have you looked at ammo prices? Are you really wanting to go burn through all that? I think not.
Yep. I mean, that does seem to be the best argument I've heard so far.
Yeah.
Fucking ammo prices. Like,
exactly.
you think it's bad in the States, Bleach. Try buying fucking ammo in Australia.
No thanks. I kind of like my freedom.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, could you imagine being stuck inside and not getting any range time? It's not a life I want to live.
Awful. Anyway. Well, I think that brings us to about everything we had for today. So I think everyone needs to go off and do stuff of more import.
Yeah, I'm gonna make some dinner and then I'm gonna play some violent video games.
It seems reasonable.
Wolfenstein sounds like a good idea.
But yes,
I'm going to go back to work. So
that kind of sucks, but it's understandable. That money thing helps. So yeah, and we've been streaming for a bit over 3 hours, and this is why I asked Bleach to come along and do this today, not do it in Sultans.
Yeah, because this really did need to be gone through.
Yeah, it did.
The way it was done, because I've seen a lot of people, they'll like cut it up and do commentary, but putting the timeline overlap and the communication overlap hopefully added a lot of things for our viewers.
Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed that, and yes, Ardent, we'll see everyone at the regular time tomorrow for your regularly scheduled Black Pill.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Time to-
if it hasn't been communicated, I believe White Pills has been postponed to Monday. So Black Pills will continue until we run out of stupidity or I pass out.
Or morale improves. Oh, wait.
And also, we will go to Odyssey for that extra spice.
Yes, and we've got some. We do have a decent amount of extra spice. Because it's been a particularly stupid week for the disease that cannot be mentioned.
Oh, by the way, just want to mention this. Close to where I live, 2 people have been caught making bombs.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's a
Well,
fun one.
We'll send Sheriff Arredondo over there to handle it.
Well,
Alright.
that sounds right.
But they were just caught making bombs that didn't get detonated because apparently our police is like, there are suspicious things going on. Let's go check it out.
Oh, you mean they're not staying outside and letting things happen for an hour and 20 minutes?
No, the thing about the Norwegian police is that they look absolutely and act incompetent in public in order to make the criminals feel safe, and then they get smacked rather hard.
Yeah. Yeah, alright.
And all of that without a lot of gunshots. So I don't know what's with our police. They're sort of a thing. I'm just happy that they do what they do. I'm not even gonna question it. It just works.
Yeah. So your police and your terrorists are better.
Sometimes the
dear.
terrorists are still better than our fucking police. That's
Yeah.
fucking certain.
Well, anyway, I need to go to the loo.
Yeah.
Bleach needs to make
fun.
money. So we'll see you all next time, folks. Have a good night.
Bye
Not
bye.
all.